Some months ago, we gathered in a virtual encounter organized by 1,000 digital villages. This was an initiative by the FAO that supports the digital transformation of the rural world in Latin America and the Caribbean. At that time, we expressed the interest of FAO to intensify the exchange of experiences for digital transformation. And for that reason, we organized the very first virtual fair, more rural, more digital, to promote the integration of the rural world, and that gathers international agencies for cooperation, private businesses, local initiatives, territorial organizations, universities, agencies, and ministries of the governments of the region. I am Mylene Labrin, and I, along with Mauricio Mireles, we are today beginning our Plus Rural, Plus Digital, the first virtual fair of the initiative 1,000 Digital Villages. You can follow us and send us your comments through our social networks on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, or from the platform where we are uh, having this fair. And here you will access an area and the platform from which this fair is broadcast. You will be able to connect with us. And so here you can look at the stands that are here, and you will find you can visit initiatives associated to 1,000 digital villages and no other projects that are relevant in the international context. You can also access a workshops area where FAO offers training. Uh, and remember, the FAO has a great experience, and we will have two conference days where we can offer you a current perspective and very wide perspective as to how the digital transformation occurs in the rural world in Latin America and the Caribbean and other far distant places of the world. We would like to begin this encounter and inaugurate the fair, more rural, more digital, promoting the rural world integration with Mario Lubetkin's remarks, the FAO Deputy Director General and the FAO Regional Representative for Latin America and the Caribbean. Welcome. Good morning. I would like to welcome all those who are here with us today on this online event, especially those who from different spaces and roles are contributing on a daily basis to this digital integration in the rural world. From FAO, we started about a year ago a path that is looking to better production ways and exchanges in the dynamic rural world, incorporating digital technologies as an indispensable resource through our 1,000 digital uh, villages initiative, with the purpose of uh, taking over the scenario post-pandemic and that has affected the rural sectors. The Ukrainian conflict and its impact have absolutely complicated even further the current situation, as you well know. Hunger, malnutrition, and uh, food security, and the loss and waste of foods are things that we need to fight against, and we need to reinforce our actions and need to also look at the accumulated effects of the climate change. No doubt the world is far from reaching its objectives of eradicating famine for 2030 by 2030. As the director has mentioned, it is urgent for us to do things differently and act in an integral manner. We must promote systems that are agri systems that are promoting better nutrition, better environment, and finally, ultimately, a better life for all. No one left behind. We know the magnitude of the problems that we are currently facing on a global scale, locally and regionally, and the solutions that could resolve these problems we also are aware of. But in order to effect those changes, the region must act on a global scale, and this is why, and we need to kind of change the course of this and improve our resilience and establishing cooperation agendas, and also to move forward towards policies that will really help us recover economically, to create jobs, that are viable and sustainable lifestyles, and of course, to also tackle inequality and poverty. And this is the reason why the role of the digital technologies and the digital transformation in the rural world are essential. And it is in this context that we have decided to organize the fair More Rural, More Digital that we are currently, right now, inaugurating. And we need to put in that same line the rural development and the digital transformation right on at the forefront, because we understand that this opens up a road to equity. And of course, we cannot allow this to be the reason for new gaps of inequality to affect the rural areas. The digital transformation of this rural world is a strategic opportunity for the sustainable development and cooperation. And the technological development can ensure optimization of all of our resources, such as water, fertilizers. We can generate less waste, and our productive systems can be improved, and we can go towards a precision agriculture. And we can definitely have more sustainability in our agro business and our agriculture in general for all. And cooperation now through the social networks allows us for a constant exchange of policies, comments, and proposals that can be actually materialized in a faster manner, and to commit the efforts and the of different players that share the same concerns on equity, food security, and so on. In this diversity of players, we can coordinate government sectors and private sectors of technology, and for providing connectivity, contents, and capacity building to the different communities that have been traditionally lagging behind and have been forgotten. And all this also allows us for business opportunities for many farmers, for entrepreneurs, and for managers of tourist initiatives and local communities that are just a click away from putting into the global markets their services and products. This digital integration of the rural world is a very important process that puts us on the ground of development, of sustainable development, in the way to improve of resilience, innovation, and our capacities. We would like to open a space for work for actors, players, and organizations that are here today with us that help us create new links, and that will also foster small projects to be materialized in this growing economy. In order to have an agriculture that sustains the life of future generations, we can no doubt achieve this if we understand that the digital transformation is an important strategic resource to improve cooperation and development and sustainable development of the rural sector. So welcome, and all of you, thank you for being here at this fair, plus More Rural, More Digital, and thank you so much once again. I have no doubt that this will be very successful. Thanks to all of you.
Agradecemos las, agradecemos las palabras de Mario
Thank
Lubetkin,
you
que
for
refuerzan
those
nuestro
remarks by
compromiso
Mario
con la lucha
Lubetkin
contra el
that
hambre,
reinforce
la
our
necesidad de
commitment
mejorar nuestros
with
sistemas
fighting
agroalimentarios
against
y dar
famine and the
sentido
need to
a la
improve our
transformación digital como un
agro
medio para cumplir con estos
systems
enormes
and
desafíos.
to make this
Como nos contamos
digital
con más
transformation have
rural,
some
más
sense
digital,
as a
nos acompañan
means to
una gran
comply with
variedad
our
de
huge
actores del
task. And
mundo
as we
rural
were
y
saying,
de la transformación
plus rural
digital.
plus digital are
Hoy
here with a
tendremos una
diversity
extensa
of players
jornada.
of the rural world.
Comenzaremos con la
And for
primera
rural
mesa de
transformation, we will
discusión,
start with our
que
first
tendrá como
discussion
tema
table,
la
which
dimensión
has
política
the
de la
following topic:
transformación
the
digital
political
del mundo rural,
dimension
avances
of
y
the
desafíos.
transformation of the
A
rural
eso de las
world,
12:30
progress and
hora de Chile
challenges. At
se
about
realizará el
12:30
curso de
Chilean time,
marketing
we will
digital,
have the
que
digital
finalizará
marketing
a las
course for all of you,
13:30.
which will
En
end
ese
at
momento
13:30
tomaremos un
Chilean
descanso,
time, and then
durante el cual
we'll go
ustedes
for a
podrán
pause
recorrer los
where
stands.
and you will be able to look at the
Regresaremos a la
different
segunda
stands.
mesa,
And
que nos
then we will
llevará a
have the second
conocer
round
la
table,
digitalización
which will
en la
teach us
ruralidad,
or tell us a little bit about
balances y
digitization in rural
experiencias desde la
areas,
agricultura
balances and
familiar
experiences from
a las 15
family
horas de
agriculture,
Chile.
and that will be at 15 hours
Así
Chilean
es, Mylene.
time. That's it,
Entonces,
Mylene.
demos la bienvenida a la
So
primera
let
mesa de
us welcome
panelistas,
the
que será
first
moderada por
round
Luis
table,
Veruschi, oficial
which will
superior de
be
políticas en
moderated by
desarrollo
Luis
territorial de FAO.
Bedushi,
Esta
the
mesa recordará
superior
los
official
avances,
or
desafíos que
senior
enfrentan los
officer
países
for
y
policies and
particularmente
development
los
of
gobiernos
the
de la
FAO.
región
This
en
table
materia de
will
transformación
uh,
digital.
mention
Bienvenido,
the
Luis.
progress and the challenges faced by the countries, and particularly the governments of this region, in terms of digital transformation. Welcome, Luis. Good morning, everyone, especially to the organizers of this forum. And thank you, Mauricio. We will be, we're starting this day, and we will be discussing the digital and the political transformation and what are the players that we have in the near future. And we're going to discuss all of this at this table. We have participating here at this roundtable an important group of professionals who have contributed from different institutions to uh, mention this concern and to devise policies for integration of the to digital world of the rural areas. And so I'd like to welcome the participants right now. We have a colleague from Colombia, from FENAGRO, who is in charge of financial instruments in Colombia. Monica Rodriguez is one other participant here. She's an economist, and she's part of the ECLAC and the Economic Commission of this ECLAC. We have Silvia Masrua. She's a researcher of the Brazilian company for farming research and digital agriculture. She has participated very intensely in the movement of tech in Brazil, and she has contributed to consolidate ecosystems and innovation for digital agriculture in Brazil. We also have another colleague who has been director of the Chilean Foundation and with a great experience as an international counselor in telecom, and has worked with the with the World Bank, with the FAO and ECLAC, and has been an advisor to many Latin American countries in issues of farming, digitalization, and gender issues. And they're all of these colleagues at this roundtable are very welcome, and we thank you for being here with us. We're going to follow the same order that I've mentioned for your presentations. You will have 12 minutes each. I'm sorry, I will be the bad guy of this event because I have to interrupt you very gently, of course, letting you know that your time is over or about to expire. And after that, we will be seeing their presentations, of course, in full screen mode. And those of you who are not speaking, please keep your microphones off. After these four presentations, we'll have a discussion space that will be ending at 10:30 Chilean time. And those of you who are with us, of course, can ask all the questions you want. And we will have questions and answers, of course, and you will use your menu bar on your screen and raise your hands there. So we shall begin the forum, and we are going to hear from our first speaker. And once again, greet and welcome Angela, who is a colleague and friend with whom we have worked on several opportunities. And I don't need to further introduce her, I think. Welcome, Angela.
Un segundo que estoy aquí tratando de compartir la presentación.
Okay, please bear with me. I'm trying to share the presentation.
Que no me resten minutos.
Please don't take the time away from me. The first person that is going to come ahead.
Bueno, no, y
So,
es que además,
and furthermore,
solo para que tengas, no me sale.
I cannot see my presentation.
No me deja compartir.
It does not allow me to share the presentation. I don't know what's going wrong. Let's see if the technical team can support us. Yeah, when we do it a live event, the same thing happens. So the colleagues that are with you,
No sé si puedo, porque creo que es un problema de seguridad, como
I
trabajo en
think
una
it's
entidad
a problem
financiera.
of security since I
Si
work in a
podemos
financial
empezar por otro
institution.
mientras yo soluciono el problema de
Can we
seguridad.
begin with another one who presents until I solve
Deme,
this?
voy solucionando eso.
So then let's go with Monica.
Sí, ningún problema.
Here we have, she is our partner. Go ahead, Monica.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, buenos días. Yo
Thank you very
entiendo que ya
much.
estoy
I
compartiendo, ¿no?
understand that I'm
Porque
sharing
empecé antes.
because I started
Ustedes me
before.
avisen
Let me know if you
si
can see my
ven la
screen.
presentación.
Can you see my screen?
Sí.
Yes. Go ahead,
Perfecto.
Monica.
Entonces, yo la voy a cortar un poquito.
So I'm
Voy a
going to
sacar a 15
shorten it
minutos.
because
Entonces,
I
voy
had
a
made it
saltar
for
algunos
15
slides,
minutes, but
pero
I
en
will
fin, van
jump
a estar
over some
disponibles.
slides.
Yo quisiera hacer esa
So
presentación en
I
torno
would
a la
like to
siguiente
make this
pregunta.
presentation
O sea,
around the
si
following
el esfuerzo
question.
para desarrollar
If
agendas
the
digitales
effort
nacionales
to
específicas
develop
para la
virtual
agricultura y
agendas
las
for
zonas rurales es
agriculture in the
relevante
rural
y
areas
o
is
necesario en América
relevant
Latina y el Caribe.
and or
Nosotros en
necessary in
SECLAC
Latin
llevamos
America
algunos
and the
años trabajando en
Caribbean.
el tema
In the
y
ECLAC, we have been
hemos
working in
estudiado
this
al
and we
menos
have
estos 8
studied
elementos que
at
nosotros
least these
creemos que
8
sí
elements that we think
justifican ese esfuerzo
that
institucional
justify that
de
institutional
avanzar
effort
hacia
to
una
move
agenda digital
forward
sectorial,
towards a
es decir, una agenda
digital
digital
sectorial
específica para la
agenda
agricultura.
for
Vamos a mirar
agriculture.
ahora el tema de las
And we're
brechas,
going
que
to
es
see the
bastante conocido,
gaps,
entonces voy a
which
tratar
is
de
well
pasar
known.
algo rápido
So
y
I will
después
go
seguimos
briefly through
con los
that,
demás
and then we will go
temas, con los demás componentes.
with the other
Bueno, estos son
components.
datos de las
So
encuestas de
these are
hogares en
figures
torno al
of the
2020. Acá se
home
ve, por
surveys in
ejemplo,
2020
una
here.
barrera
You can
bastante
see
clara, que es
a
el tema de la
clear
conectividad,
barrier,
¿no? O
which is
sea,
connectivity.
claramente un
Clearly,
hogar que no
a
está conectado a
home that
Internet
is
tiene
not
muchas
connected to
limitaciones
internet has many
para desarrollar,
limitations
bueno, en el
to
día de hoy, después de
develop.
la pandemia, para
And after the
incluso para acceder
pandemic,
a temas que antes eran
furthermore, to
presenciales,
have
¿no? Beneficios a
access to
políticas,
topics that
educación,
were
salud
face
y
to
otros
face,
servicios.
like
Entonces, o sea,
education
las
and public
brechas son
health.
bastante
So
grandes,
the
bastante
gaps are
importantes en
quite
un país
big,
como Bolivia, por ejemplo,
important
son
in
30 veces,
places
¿no? El
like
nivel de
in Bolivia,
acceso
like 30
de las zonas
times
urbanas en
the
comparación
access of the rural
a los
areas
hogares, al
in
promedio de los hogares
comparison
rurales. También nosotros
to
calculamos lo que
the
son los hogares que nosotros llamamos
urban
agrícolas de cuenta
homes.
propia, es
And
decir,
we
que
also
son
have the
hogares
agricultural
cuyo jefe de
homes,
hogar
and
está en la
where the head
agricultura y
of the
además
house
tiene
is
una
in
ocupación de cuenta
agriculture
propia, que sería, digamos, lo
and
equivalente dentro
would
de las
be the
estructuras de hogares
equivalent to the
a la
homes
agricultura familiar, ¿no? Sería la
in
próxima,
family
digamos, posición.
agriculture.
Hay
So this
países que
is
no
what we
tienen una
use.
brecha tan
In
grande como es
countries
el
that
caso
do
de
not
Uruguay
have a big
y
gap
Costa
like
Rica, pero en
Uruguay
todos los
and
casos
Costa
sí
Rica, but
el
in all the
acceso está
cases, the
limitado
access
en
is
las zonas
limited
rurales y en el
in
caso de
the
los
rural
hogares de
areas. And in the
agricultura
case
familiar.
of the
Ahora
agricultural,
bien, o
of the
sea, estas
family
brechas
homes,
son estructurales,
those gaps are
llevan años,
structural.
han
There have
empeorado
been
durante la
there for
crisis, es
years
decir,
and they have
empeoraron en
worsened
2020, han
with
empeorado en
the
2021 y
crisis
en
in
2022.
2020,
O sea,
21,
porque
22,
hay limitaciones de recursos, hay
because
limitaciones, hay más
there are
actividades que se
limitations
están
of
dando a través
resources,
de
more
vías digitales
activities that are
y esas personas a
happening
la vez tienen
through
menos
vital
acceso a esas
areas,
actividades
and
que
these
antes eran
people have
presenciales, ¿no?
less
Como
access
decíamos
to the
anteriormente.
digital
Pero esas
areas.
brechas no vienen
But these
solas, es
gaps
decir, ellas
don't come
provienen de
alone.
otras brechas
They
que
come
son
with other
incluso
gaps that
previas
are
a la
prior
digitalización de las economías,
to
¿no?
the
O sea, que son brechas, por ejemplo, de
digitalization of
ingreso
the economies,
entre
the lack of
zonas rurales y
income,
urbanas, de acceso a
the
servicios, acceso a
access to
infraestructura o los
services, to
servicios básicos como
infrastructure, or the
saneamiento,
basic
educación,
services
salud y
like health,
previsión social.
education, and social provision.
Acá, por ejemplo, nosotros vemos esas
Here, for
diferencias en
example, we can
términos
see
de
these differences
ingresos,
in
¿no?
terms of
Comparamos,
income.
por ejemplo, lo que son
We can
asalariados
compare
totales con
what are the
asalariados
ones
agrícolas
that
y hay
receive
una diferencia ahí entre
salaries in the
zonas urbanas y
agricultural
rurales.
sector and
Lo
the
mismo en el
others,
caso
and we can see there's a
de los
difference. The
cuenta
same
propia,
in the
¿no? O sea, de
case of
los
the
trabajadores y familiares no
self-employed
remunerados, digamos, lo que son los
or
trabajadores cuenta
the
propia no agrícolas
workers
frente a aquellos que son
in
agrícolas.
front of the
Ahora bien,
ones
como
that are
nosotros
not
decíamos,
agricultural. As I
esas
said,
brechas se relacionan con brechas previas,
these
pero también las
gaps are related with
refuerzan. Es decir, lo que
prior
nosotros
gaps,
vimos
but
durante
they are
la
also
pandemia es que, por
reinforced.
ejemplo,
And
había
what we
brechas
saw
muy
during the
intensas de
pandemic
acceso a
said
la
that there were
educación entre una zona urbana y una
intense
zona rural.
gaps to have
Y por
access to
supuesto, se
education between
acuerden
the rural in the urban areas. And with the digitalization of the activities, we have more limitations for the students or the young people or children of the rural areas can have access to a quality education. What worries us is we're speaking about structural gaps, but also we're speaking about a strong cultural topic. Since 2014, poverty has been increasing, so the gaps have grown. We will publish in the new days some figures of ECLAC about rural and urban poverty, the estimates for 2021 and 2022, and we see that they increase in the rural areas. And extreme poverty is linked to food insecurity. So these are topics that are linked the ones with the other ones. And what limits the access? Because there's also a cost. There's a cost in Latin America which is not competitive. The cost of the digital basket. There is between an 11, 14% of the digital basket, the broadband. What is the cost of the average in a country in Latin America? It costs between 12 and 14% of the income, and the recommendation that it should not go more than 2%. And all of that has clear implications in poverty. We also see gaps in the use, the productive use. Here is the use for internet within the agriculture. I will not stop in the figures, but there are regional gaps, geographical gaps, and also gaps between types of producers, a family agriculture, and the average of general producers. I would like to go then to the next topic that I think justify this sectorial agenda that has to do with the environmental external issues. So here we all know this data, how much we have to produce of food in our planet with an agricultural surface that practically will not grow. But not only that, agriculture now it's intensive in the use of several natural resources. So the challenge is immense, but not only that, the challenge is also linked to an intensification of the extreme climatic events. And recently, the products of the pandemic and the war, that the fertilizers, that basically is one of the most important inputs that we use to increase the production without increasing the extension, fertilizers now are less accessible for the producers. Even though with the prices of agricultural products that we have a maximum historical, for example, for rice, they grow even more. On the positive side, there are many digital technologies that can enable that transition. They can increase the productivity and less dependency of fertilizers and other inputs, for example, energy or other resources that generate high emissions. So the idea here is that these technologies are cost accessible. The study that you see there at the right, but I would leave the reference, is a study that shows that it's possible to generate here to 2050 food systems with low emissions from the existing technologies, even though all of them are not cost efficient. But they can be done with the help of digitalization and the training of the producers to use those technologies. The third topic that I would like to speak is the articulation between the demand and the offer in the digital agriculture. But more than speaking generally, I would like to speak about an example. We are working in a project is the Ibero-American Network of Digitalization of Agriculture and Livestock with three countries, Argentina, Chile, Uruguay, and Spain. And they have identified three niche where these institutes can intervene in that link between the producer and the innovator. So quite often the innovator is away and the producer does not know what type of technologies there are. So there is a demand. So they are working in three areas. We have the web page where you can explore, but the idea is technological surveillance, what is being generated in new technology, mentorship of startups to help those startups to make new technologies to apply them to the agricultural sector. So if there is a new technology, they can validate and say this works, this is worth it, and these are the risks and the good parts. And finally, the last part is the articulation of the stakeholders or the different areas. So there in the in the left corner, all the instrument of policies that exist for digital transformation. We see policies for the transformation of agriculture, the national development plans until national digital agendas, and plans and programs that are subnational. But of the countries of the region, only Brazil has a sectorial digital agenda. The other ones have digital agendas that are generic. And the graph to your right is that agriculture has a very small place in those digital agendas. Even though the importance of agriculture that it has for the region, it is mentioned, but it has a little presence in the digital agenda. So that is one of the reasons why the sectorial specificities led us to think that it will be important to generate that sectorial activities. And this, my last slide, it has to do with those elements that enable, that are cross-cutting to any sector and that are at a level of higher to the agricultural sector and that have other things involved. The institutions with digital policies are many, and they need this umbrella that articulates them. And we put the example of Brazil and how the Chamber of Agriculture is made that has an important action plan, and maybe our colleague will mention the final remarks. We have these challenges that have to do with these enabling elements that are cross-cutting, structure, connectivity, regulation, access with the prices and subsidies, and the use or the capacities, digital education. All of this justifies this package to consider a sectorial agenda. There are risks and opportunities, like in the case of labor, through automatization, but this is a risk that should be considered as an opportunity for the sector. And finally, the technological change needs this collaboration between the different stakeholders. So I leave you the invitation for ELAC 2024 that is happening now in Montevideo. It begins today. And for the first time, it will have ELAC as the articulation of a digital agenda for the region of Latin America. It's coordinated by ECLAC and will have an agricultural table that we are coordinating here with my colleague Octavio. So I give you this invitation, and tomorrow we will deal with the agricultural topic. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Mónica.
Thank you very much, Monica.
Yo creo que incluso essa
I think that
inversión de
furthermore,
Mónica
this
nos
investment,
bien, porque dá
it's really suitable
general, vamos passar acá,
And
porque
now
meus
we're
colegas já
going
estão
to
me
go
lembrando o tema da
because the
apresentação
um,
de Ângela.
colleagues
Então, se Ângela,
already
que
helped Angela with her
que,
presentation.
puedes dar su
So,
intervenção
Angela, can
depois de lo que
you
hizo
give your
Mónica, se les digo
intervention
junto,
after
todas
what
aquí van a
Monica
tener
did?
benchmark, así que
You have
no
on the right
olviden
time,
que
so you have the benchmark.
interrumpirlos. Por
So
favor,
I will
vocês,
not have
colegas,
to
me apagam
interrupt
os
you.
micrófonos dos
Please
que
mute your
estão por aí
microphones
e assim vamos avançando. Bueno,
and
Ángela,
let's
tienes
keep
tiempo,
moving
por favor,
forward.
vamos pasar su presentación según entendido.
So,
Adelante.
Angela,
Muchas gracias por el
thank
apoyo.
you very
La
much for
verdad
your
que
support.
sí, no lo podía transmitir desde
I
acá,
was
así
not
que
able
muchas,
to share it
pues
from here.
es importante.
So
Saludos a
this is
todos,
important. I
pues,
would like
y
to
a varios
welcome all of
colegas y
you
amigas
and
que hemos
several
trabajado por mucho
colleagues that
tiempo.
we have worked
Ahora
together for a long time.
estoy en Finagro, como
Now I
José
am in
Luis,
Finagro, as
es una entidad, si
Jose Luis
puedes, la
mentioned,
siguiente, por favor.
is an entity
Vamos aqui com minutito para isso, Angela. Quando vai cambiar a página, nos avisam e meus colegas
when the page doesn't change, you let us know, and the technicians will help us. The next slide, please.
Bueno, les voy contando mientras
Okay,
tanto. Bueno,
I will tell
Finagro,
you in the
me
meanwhile.
imagino
So Finagro,
que algunos lo conocen, otros no.
maybe some of you
Finagro
know
es
it
un
and
banco de
others
desarrollo
not.
de segundo piso
It's
que opera en
a
Colombia,
second
que
level
tiene como
development bank
actividad
that Colombia
fundamental
has, and its
promover
main
la
activity is to
transformación de la
promote
agricultura en
the
Colombia.
transformation of
Es
agriculture
una
in
entidad que
Colombia.
cuenta
It's an
con tres
entity
instrumentos
that has
fundamentales
three basic
para este
elements
ejercicio,
for
que
this
es el crédito
exercise,
de
which is
fomento, yo
credit.
siempre le pongo el apellido, es un crédito de fomento
It's a
porque tiene
credit
unas
that
condiciones especiales
promotes, because it
para la
has a
promoción
special conditions
de la agricultura
to promote
y además
agriculture, and
estamos administrando
we are
los
managing
seguros agropecuarios
the
y
agricultural
todo el manejo de
insurances
garantías.
and the management of
En ese
guarantees.
sentido y un
So,
poco
in that
conectando
sense, connecting
con la presentación de
with
Mónica, que me pareció,
Monica's
como dice Hugo
presentation,
Luis, muy
that I
oportuno
think
la
it
inversión
was
porque nos da
very
un marco
timely, the
mucho más
investment,
general.
because it gives us a
Sin duda
broader
alguna,
perspective.
el sector
Without
financiero, el
doubt, the
sector bancario,
financial
el sector
sector, the
bancario
banking sector,
rural
the
es un
rural
gran
banking
usuario,
sector is a great
un
user
demandante de
and
todos los servicios
demands
tecnológicos
all the
para el acceso al
technological
crédito.
services to have access to credit.
Y compartimos
And we
de manera
share,
particular en mi caso, yo comparto
especially
la
in my
preocupación
case, I
que
share my
mencionaba Mario
concern that
en el
Mario
sentido
mentioned,
en que
in
es
the
muy importante
sense that it's
tratar
very
que
important
todo el proceso de digitalización
that
que se
the
está
all the
presentando y esa oportunidad para los
digitalization
empresarios
process
no
that
se
is going
convierta
on
en un
does not
mecanismo de
become
exclusión que
an
abra más
exclusion
brechas, sino que todo
mechanism
lo
that
contrario sea
opens
un
more
mecanismo de
gaps,
inclusión y que
but on the
ayude a reducir la
contrary, it is
desigualdad.
an
La
inclusion
siguiente, por favor.
mechanism that closes the gaps.
Y la siguiente.
The next slide, please.
Esto pues ya les conté. La siguiente, por favor.
I
Y
already
entramos en
mentioned
materia.
this.
Entonces, uno de los temas
So
más
one of the
importantes para
most
nosotros y
important
que los más
topics
nos
for
demandan
us and
es
that
sobre la
humans
inclusión
demand
financiera.
is the
Sin duda
financial
alguna,
inclusion. Without
a pesar de que
doubt,
tenemos un sistema
even though
nacional de
we have
crédito
a
muy
national
robust,
system of a
que
strong
tenemos un
credit
fondeo,
system,
que es una
that
cosa
we have a
particular que tiene el
funding
sistema colombiano,
that the
que
Colombian
permitiría
system
para que ese
has that will
fondeo
allow to
llegara
have the
a
funds
muchos pequeños
to
productores,
reach
aún
many small
presentamos barreras muy
producers.
importantes. La
There are
siguiente, por favor.
still important gaps.
Como vemos,
As we can
estos son,
see,
son ejercicios que nosotros
these are
hacemos
exercises that we
de
make
proyección más o menos de
to
cuánto es
project
el crecimiento de la
what would be
participación
the growth and
de
the
productores
participation of
o cuántos
producers,
productores realmente tienen
or
acceso
how
al
many
crédito.
producers really
Y
have
nos
access
da
to
que más o
credit.
menos,
And
no, esto es
here,
una
more or
aproximación,
less,
nos da
this
que
is an
cerca del
approximate,
50% de los
it's
productores
like 50% of the
tienen
producers
acceso al crédito hoy en
have
día. En
access
ese
to credit
sentido, es muy
nowadays.
importante
In that sense,
también
it's very
precisar y poder
important
sofisticar aún
to
más el
say,
análisis de esta
and we
cifra
can
en
make
el
this
sentido en
analysis
que es
more
crédito para qué,
sophisticated, in the
crédito en qué
sense to
tanto
know
tiempo
it's
y
credit
en
for
qué
what,
zonas del
for how
país,
long,
¿no?
in which
cómo
areas of the
pueden ver las zonas
country.
con una mayor
You
profundidad
can find
financiera
areas
que
with
otras
deeper financing
y en ese
capacities
sentido
than
quiero
others.
ponerles
And in that
mucho
sense,
el
I would
tema
like to
de la
say
conectividad y la
that
capacidad de acceder al
connectivity and the
crédito a
capacity
través
to
de
have
herramientas
access to
digitales.
credit
Entonces,
through
uno
digital
de los
tools.
desafíos más grandes de
So,
nosotros
this
como
is one of
gobiernos
the
en este
greatest
momento
challenges that we
es
have had
tratar
in this
de al
government
menos
is to try
incluir
at least to include
750.000 productores rurales
750,000 rural
nuevos
producers
al sistema
new
financiero que
to
muy
the
probablemente
financial system
nunca
that
han
probably
tenido un
never
contacto con
have
un
had a
servicio financiero
contact with
para el
a
sector
financial
agropecuario.
service for
La
the
siguiente, por
agricultural
favor.
sector. The next
Sin
one,
embargo,
please.
este
Nevertheless,
desafío no es menor
this challenge is not
porque
a
el
minor
hecho
one because
de que sabemos que contamos
we
tal vez con
know
las fuentes,
that we
que
have
podemos
sources
irrigar crédito
that
para la
we can
transformación de la
irrigate
agricultura,
credit for the
tenemos un problema
transformation
de
of
demanda porque
agriculture,
hay fuertes
but we
problemas de
have a
acceso.
problem of
También
demand
reconocemos
because
pues que
there are
el
big
mercado de
problems
crédito
of
en Colombia,
access. The
pues
credit
solo con el
market in
sistema cotado no
Colombia,
podemos
as
garantizar un
such,
acceso
cannot
completo
guarantee a
porque
complete
tenemos muchas
access
fallas asociadas a la
because we
crisis
have
asimétrica que
many
conocemos, pocos mercados
problems
competitivos,
at little
algunas
competitive
fallas de provisión
markets,
en los bienes
some
públicos y
problems in
ahorita vamos a
provisions in
comentar
the public
otro
goods,
tipo de
and other
una cantidad,
types
competimos fuertemente con el crédito
with
informal,
we
que es un
compete
crédito
with
que llega
informal
a zonas
credit,
rurales,
which is a
pero
credit
a
that
unas tasas
reaches
muy
rural
altas y con unas restricciones que
sectors
incluso
with
están
very high
relacionadas
rates
con
and
violencia,
that are
con temas
related
muy
with
complejos que se
violence,
manejan
with
en la
complex
realidad
topics
colombiana.
that are managed in the rural
Tenemos hoy en
sector
día
in
pues una
Colombia.
barrera de
We
incrementos
have a strong
significativos de los
barrier
precios
of
sobre todo el trigo,
increases of the
que
prices
podemos
or
estar
the
enfrentando
inputs.
una desinversión
So
en las
we
zonas
can be
rurales y lo que nos
facing a
mencionaba
lack of
unas
investment in the
asignaciones de
rural
incentivos
areas,
generando un fuerte desincentivo
and
a la
they are
inversión
creating a
en el
strong
desarrollo de
incentive
economías de escala.
of
Entonces,
investment in the
digamos
development of
que esta
economies of scale.
combinación de
So this
factores genera
combination
un
of
elemento
factors
muy complejo
generates a very
para el acceso
complex
al crédito,
element
que es el
to
riesgo.
have access to credit, which is risk.
Uno de los factores tal vez
One
por los
of
que
the
hay mayores
factors
limitaciones
why there are
para que la
greater
banca o los
limitations, so
instrumentos de
the
acceso
bank
al crédito en
or
Colombia
the
y su riesgo
instruments that have
es que hay
access
una
to credit,
percepción
is
altísima
that there is
del
a
riesgo.
high perception
Y
of
el
risk.
riesgo hace
And
que las
risk
entidades
makes
financieras,
the
ya
financial
sean
entities,
microfinancieras, cooperativas e incluso
microfinance
bancas
or
formales, pues
formal
deciden no
banking,
llegar a estas zonas
decide
por
not
estos
to reach these
entornos que no
areas
favorecen el
due
acceso
to
al
this
crédito asimétrico,
environment
como
that's
para ir
the
un
not
poco
favor credit.
más rápido. Es así que entonces
So
podemos decir que
we can
esta oferta,
say
a
that this
pesar de que tenemos
offer,
una banca de
even
seguridad,
though
que
we have a
tenemos un
second floor
mecanismo de
banking,
fondeo de
that we have
manera
a funding
permanente, está
mechanism in a
restringida,
permanent way,
porque
it's
tenemos los
restricted
pequeños productores
because we have the small
de bajos
producers
niveles de ingresos que
that have
necesitaría un
low
subsidio mayor per
income
se.
levels
El
that
crédito al
will
momento en Colombia
imply a
tiene un
higher
subsidio
subsidy.
per se
The
por nuestra
credit
posición,
has a
pero ese
subsidy per
subsidio
se,
no es
but if
suficiente para
that
llegar a
subsidy
aquellas
is
zonas
not
donde
enough to reach
todavía no
those
llegamos
areas
y tenemos
where we
fuertes
still do
limitaciones.
not
El
reach,
sector se
and
percibe
we
como un
have
sector de
great
riesgo.
limitation. This is seen
Los,
as a
los
risk
topes a las
sector,
tasas de interés a lo que los
and
intermediarios
the
financieros
interest
pueden colocar los
rates
créditos en condiciones de fomento
um,
restringen el crédito a pequeños
restrict the
productores.
credit
Los
to
bancos
small
tienen información
producers.
perfecta
The
y
banks
además la
have
normatividad de crédito y
information,
condiciones final
and
no es sencilla
also
para los intermediarios
the
financieros.
conditions
Adelante,
also are
quiero
not
que nos cuente
necessary
más
for the
rápido con esto y quiero
intermediaries.
llegar al tema
I
de
want to
digitalización,
reach
la siguiente, por
the
favor.
digitalization, so let's go to the next one.
Entonces, ¿esto
So,
qué implicaciones tiene?
what
Que
implications do
tenemos
we
una
have?
falta de garantías idóneas que respalden
That we
políticas
have a
financieras y niveles
lack
de
of
informalidad,
guarantees
bajos niveles
and
de asistencia que podrían
low
mejorar esta percepción de riesgo.
systems of
Y por lo
assistance.
general, y
And
aquí
generally,
quiero
and
como
here,
detenerme en dos cosas
I
que
would
tienen que
like
ver
to
con la
stop in two
digitalización,
things
por
that
lo
have to
general no
deal with
tenemos un proyecto
digitalization.
productivo bien estructurado
We have a
y pues
productive
tenemos falta de
sector,
educación financiera
and
por
there
tema
is
de
a lack of
distribución
financial
y una
education
altísima
and
vulnerabilidad
a
de los
high
ecosistemas financieros a la
vulnerability,
ocurrencia de eventos inesperados.
and there are
Entonces, la
unexpected
siguiente, por favor.
events.
Entonces, Finagro empezó a
So
trabajar y
Finagro
queremos
starts to
avanzar
work,
en
and we want to
tener
advance
mejor información
to have better
para,
information
para reducir ese entorno
to
de riesgo.
reduce that
Hemos
risk
desarrollado Finagro
environment.
Educa,
We
Alarma
have
Guía, que nos permite
reduced
tener mejor
Finagro
información
Educates
y un aplicativo de decisión
and an
que
application that's
nos
called
puede, ya que estamos
Decisión,
conectando con el
And here I will connect can help to improve the cost of the access to credit that will allow the user through a digital solution to have a better reach with the financial intermediaries that will help them to understand the business and to have a good project so they can have access to credit. Nevertheless, here, the credit, all the steps that they have to follow. There has to be a prospection, we have to link it, we have to do a credit study, definitions of the credit conditions, a disbursement, a follow-up, and then to cover the credit. So all this process nowadays are not digitalized enough. So it is a relation with a financial entity that they have to go to the area or the producer has to move to the financial entities, which creates delays and creates higher costs. So the credit in itself does not have an opportunity. Second point, it makes it costs more to link this person to a credit operation. So what have we found? And that's why I think it's so important, this conversation and this round table. We firmly believe, and this is one of the greatest bets, is to try to have a greater digitalization of the access process to credit in such a way to reduce the cost of control of investment. So through a digital process, this producer can have a permanent connection with the financial intermediary, and the financial intermediary can have a greater clarity of the management. We know that the average cost could be between 7 and 10% of the credit value for a financial intermediary, which makes it very costly. We have affirmation that says that when we include digital tools, we can reduce the costs up to 50%. So this has several implications. The first one is that for the financial intermediary, he will have better condition to have a better market that, as you can see, has multiple barriers. But one of the concerns that we have, especially in this government, is that we cannot attend the management of risk only through the increase in the interest rate. We have to generate conditions, and we can have digital solutions that allow an understanding of the risk being close, a guarantee, and a technical accompaniment or follow-up. So we can have interest rates that enable the development of profitable business models for the small producers. 2 minutes. And in this, I would like to close here because I was going to speak about the Finangro products, but I would like to give you with a reflection. We are aware of what this will imply in terms of costs. A digital solution for the access to credit. Nevertheless, as I said it at the beginning, this is not something that we can do alone. Colombia has big connectivity problems. Only 22% in the rural areas have connectivity. Then, to develop an instrument of this type would be like maybe a digital phone that requires a connectivity where only 28% of the rural area has access to that service. And if 28% only have access to this, or maybe they are in 2G or in 1G, which for a digital solution is not enough. And also the lack of financial education. to use a digital application requires minimum basic knowledge from the producer in such a way that they can provide information and through the application to have an adequate credit for the problem that they have to attend. So what have we seen in the analysis of the agricultural portfolio, which is an important portfolio? It's like 7 million pesos, but it's a portfolio that is not necessarily geared to a productive activity for transformation. Quite often is given cash flow to keep income that does not allow innovation in the productive sector. And finally, but not less important, a study made with USAID, there were several conclusions. For example, a smartphone, a digital solution, generally does not have the capacity to help an agriculture that has big fingers. So I think, and we see digitalization as a great opportunity to improve the access to credit. But we have to enable that this process is not only for a population group that has the enough conditions to access to these conditions, which is connectivity, knowledge of the tool, and the possibility to have access to a tool that will allow him to connect. So we are halfway, and this is how we're working strongly with the financial intermediaries with that understanding that we can make this credit democratic. Thank you very much.
Ângela, como sempre, sempre um gosto escucharte, especialmente porque nos pone ahora desde tu nuevo lugar,
Thank you very much
a
for your
preocupación.
presentation,
Claro,
and
mucho
we are
más sobre
now
temáticas de
apprised of
também o acesso ao
the
crédito, acesso dos
situation that
instrumentos
concern the
financeiros,
access to credit, to financial
nós acá
instruments, and
fazemos aprende
digitalization.
às
Here
vezes
we are talking about
faz a cobertura
different
digital
things, and
como
perhaps
se
we
foi
forget
há
that
10, 15
our
anos
digital coverage
na
is
época
what
da
used to
energia
be
elétrica, não?
before
Nas áreas
the
rurais.
arrival
Como
of
já
the
interligamos fizemos.
energy, electric energy in
Aprofundando,
the
queria
rural
depois
areas.
nós
So this
passamos
is
diretamente
something
a
that we're
Silvia
discussing
agora,
now, and it's in
Silvia
fact
Martua,
now
que
let's
vai
give the
entrar para
floor to
agricultura
Sylvia
digital.
from
Silvia,
the digital
graças por estar
agriculture
conosco também.
agricultural
Temos aí 12
and thank you,
minutos
Sylvia,
de
for being with
apresentação.
us and
Obrigado.
for your presentation. Thank you in advance. So you have the floor, Sylvia.
O que viu a Silvia acá em minha pantalla está
On my
congelado.
screen,
Mientras
I
carrega o seu
see,
link acá.
while this, we have
Gostaria
some
que passemos
issues
contigo,
here. Why
Francine.
don't we
Seria um
take,
gosto ter-te
give the
acá
floor to
conosco.
Francine then, maybe,
Francine
to save
Borchardt,
some time?
diretora
Francine, we're
executiva
very
de la
pleased to
FIA,
have you
Fundação de
here.
Inovação Agrária
You
e
are from the
Inovação
Chilean
durante
Foundation for Agrarian Innovation. And so, Francine, why don't you take the floor now? Thank you.
tienes tu micrófono apagado todavía.
Your microphone is off, Francine. Let me see if I can share a presentation here on the screen. And if we cannot share it, it's okay. No worries. You can try to share from your computer. Can you see it? Luis, not yet. But just a minute, it looks like we're uploading it over here. Well, let's see. Anyway, I will start. First of all, I would like to thank you all for this invitation that I very much appreciate. It's an opportunity. Thank you, FAO. Thank you, Monica. I've known Monica for a while from ECLAC, of course. Monica, hello. It is a pleasure, as I say, to be here at this and meeting and to show you an overview from the point of view of the Chilean government, everything that has to do with information technologies. has been issue is we have been working on for a long time. Since 2006, this Foundation for Agrarian Innovation is an institution that is part of the Ministry of Agriculture of Chile, and it's a private sector, private law and legislation, and this allows us to gives us more flexibility and allows for innovation, and for us information technology has been a fundamental theme. And first of all, today on a government level we have two important policies that support us for our work in information technologies. And we're first of all meaning a policy of sovereignty and food sovereignty and food safety, and we need to also make sure that the population has access to food and healthy food. And of course, this is on a national level. Another policy that we have is something for rural development, which constitutes a framework for all of our work that we have been deploying. And I was mentioning 2006. Yes, that it is since 2006 that we started to work, because that is when the table for technology and information technologies was created for the Ministry of Agriculture. And this instance was uh, it, this is still working. The table is active, and uh, 12 institutions from the Ministry of Agriculture participate, and their work is to coordinate every work carried out in each one of the institutions. Just to give you an idea for those of you who are not familiar with the institutions of the Ministry of Agriculture, I can actually mention that we have large institutions that are in charge and that are supporting farming credits, and others that are supporting risks, and others are supporting by carrying out training. So we have these 12 institutions who have been working since 2006. And I even would like to mention why 2006. It's because during that period, that's when the very first need arises in the government of Chile, to the need for identifying points in the rural area that had no connectivity at all. And so the idea of starting that program was called All of Chile Communicated, and this was done from the government with the Intel private company, to be able to connect 90% of the population. That was the goal, to reach 90% of the rural connectivity. However, today I must say that unfortunately this connectivity has only reached certain rural spaces, because today we have a figure that still does not go beyond 65% of in terms of rural connectivity. And so that very first effort has been continued, and I must remark that, because up until today we are continuing with our efforts uh, of coordinating this table, but also in parallel we're working, and we are focusing on precisely on the instruments on tools, so that the farming sector can access technology. And secondly, we have created the rural connectivity table, from where we're working on telecom, and we're also working with the telephone companies and telecommunications ministry, so that we can actually articulate this and reach and have a greater coverage in connectivity and go beyond 65%. And also in terms of the programs that we're developing now by our innovation foundation, we are actually looking at several aspects, because we know very well what Monica mentioned. Those are those four famous gaps that we know, the famous gaps in technology. So we have the generational gap, we have the educational gap, the income, and the gender gap. So we have four gaps. And so we're working on different programs within this general outlook. We are focusing especially on the rural young people, and we are offering several online training sessions for all the rural youths. And we know that both on a rural and as well as urban level, we are our young people are more and more connected, and we also see this effect. And it was really mentioned by Luis, that's the pandemic effect, where we have already talking about the return of the young guys and to the farmlands. And with this interaction, we are studying how to go back, have the semi-urban and rural people to go back to the countryside, incorporating also new technologies. We also are looking very specially at the technologies and the rural women. With rural women, we have just conducted a new study with Prodemo, which is an institution that works with the women on a global scale. And this document is a very interesting one because it offers a very particular look at the rural women and their connections with the ITs. And this, of course, when I was at the ECLAC, I was looking at so to be able to identify what was the information that we had, current and updated information concerning Chile and other countries, about how the rural women has a connection with technologies, and to see what new information we need to generate. And this was particularly with a focus on Chile. And so this document comes to fill a gap of this information gap that we had. And so we're working very strongly with rural women in networks. We're working on a cycle of workshops that are going to be offered just for rural women, and identifying as well all their obstacles and hindrances that they are already identifying. And I must say something very interesting here. In this study, we are actually identifying that 66% of women have more rural connectivity as compared to a 50% of men who do have rural connectivity. So this is quite surprising, but it still is very revealing about our reality. It is the woman who actually has nearness and comes close to the children and the young people. It's the woman who's actually helping with the homework and so on. And this is the closeness between women and children, and therefore women are closer to technology because of this. And today we have submitted that as a special case in Chile of women, certain women who have developed during the pandemic. They have developed online trading and e-commerce in general, thanks to their knowledge of connectivity. So we have a case of Luva Sol, who developed her own products, honey products, and she, with the support of her own son, she created her website and is currently selling online. That is a particular example to show that women today are a lot more empowered, and are even, according to the same study, it is women who are the contact node between all of the government funds towards the public, and with regard to the funds for rural sector. So women are the the instrument for us to reach out to them, and with our policies. Also within this analysis, a look at cooperatives. Cooperatives are also for us a focus of attention, because a lot of times in the past in this country they have been left aside, and we are currently working with a special program for credit program, and we have created one from the grassroots, and we have worked with two great cooperatives and confederations of peasants, and they have over 250 cooperatives in this federation. And so we're working a project, Cooperatives 2.0, and we're working as a single program, not just for farming, but also with the Ministry of Sciences and the Ministry of the Economy. And the idea is that we hopefully will do a big work with these cooperatives 2.0, and we will offer training, and we will be able to offer this through technologies, and finally give them a stamp, a cooperative stamp offered by the Ministry of the Economy that will enable us further on to be prioritized and have access to certain credits, and the banks will be uh, giving them priority, and they can access and funds to cover their necessities and to be able to connect. You have 2 minutes. This I'm at the end, and so a technology point of view. That we have another foundation, and we have taken a surveillance platform and intelligence for innovation, and we are taking over once again a future analysis to see exactly what the growth of innovation means for small farming, but as Luis was saying, also concerning what is happening on a worldwide level. And we currently need not just a surveillance outwardly, but we also have to have a surveillance inwardly inside our country, within our country. And this means that our administration is concerned and the government is concerned, and we are looking at all of these issues concerning the information technologies and communication technology. So thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much, because you're part of a very important institution for Chile, and and especially with this new government administration, we understand that you're working hard on this. Um, and now let us hear from Sylvia, who will be sharing a presentation. Sylvia is a researcher from the Farming Brazilian Institution. Uh, Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? And thank you. Uh, if you can hear me well, okay, thank you. We begin. I'm going to apologize because I will be speaking in Portuñol. We started to discuss the food security as a great global challenge. And on the other hand, we are facing the fourth industrial revolution and this digitalization process. But the thing is, our focus is not on technology, but on our final consumer. And we need to recognize the importance of Brazilian farming for food security. And of course, the digital agriculture is very decisive to increase productivity. And of course, in terms of the future, we have 8 mega trends: sustainability, climate change. Agro-digital is one of the first mega trends that we identify in the future. And we have addition of value, integration of technologies, and governance, amongst other trends, mega trends. But what is the project here for Brazilian agriculture? In Brazil we have 4 eras: agriculture 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, which is the way we have actually classified it, to be able to show that we have how we have reached modern agriculture. And how we had the Green Revolution, and we are going back to 50 years to analyze our agriculture. We have biotechnology, precision agriculture. We have integration systems, and And since 2015, we've been working with uh, biological based agriculture, and of course we have the information technologies, we have commercial internet, mobile internet, and we have the internet of things. So those are the three aspects of that we have been working on. So this is the digital transformation in agriculture, and these are all the factors. And we have a cross-sectional elements these in the whole supply chain, productive chain. So we have resilience to climate change, to changes in general, to bio uh, computers, and we have precision agriculture, and of course the whole supply chain is affected by these cross-sectional elements. Uh, we need to support the rural producers, and we have to look at the climate risks, and we have several projects, and we have agrotechnology districts in Brazil, and these have three pillars: applications, training, connectivity will allow us to increase the digital technology and amidst producers, and we need to create an agenda digital uh, with the connectivity applications and so on. And of course we need models for economic sustainability, and we have to look at the projects that are friendly to the ecosystem, and that way we can promote courses and the agrotechnologies. We have some for coffee and for other produce. The family farming is another project, and we have a project to share applications, informations on for small and medium-sized producers. And we currently have a project where we have intelligence to support exports, and we have publications and other materials that we have made available, and we help producers find information. And so we have to understand that we have public policies that need to be implemented, and we have ways of supporting credit seekers, and we have an economy of 12 billion dollars, and we need to use all of these technologies to support the country's agriculture activities. Also, the carbon print is important for us because we want to have sustainable agriculture as per our commitments, and uh, and we want to apply the best the climate risk matrices and the best technologies, and those are all part of the public policy. What do you how what is the vision of the producer and the companies? Well, unfortunately we have lost the sound in Brazil. They use a message application with the iPhones, with the phones, the cell phones, and the costs and the applications and the connectivity. We need qualified labor, and we need to integrate all of these applications and all of these phases and areas. And so we have in Brazil 23% coverage in the rural areas. And we have two scenarios. One, we want to, our goal is to double the number of antennas and towers, and that would increase 48% coverage. And we want to reach 90% coverage, and that will be the second scenario. And that has a gross production value, which is about 1 trillion in and reals, and this would increase to in this is in first scenario would have 47.56 billion, and in the second scenario it's a lot larger, as you saw on the screen. And so what is the digital ecosystem like in Brazil? Uh, so we are currently launching, and this year this has increased. In 1 year, we increased 40% number of connected operations that are now only digital. And this is being sent in November, and we have more connectivity in Brazil, so we are increasing the number of connected people. This is the system in Brasa, which is a public research farming and livestock company, and that acts as a facilitator. And we have three models of services. Is and we have a platform, and it's to share information on all those models. So we have this platform is called Agro API platform, allows you to share all of the information models, and the companies, the businesses can also show how they're working in Brazil. And so these are some of the companies with innovation, and these are open initiatives, and you have all of those on the screen. They're the companies that are working, that have all of the initiatives, and they have some of these initiatives have been purchased already because their business models were very attractive. So this is the first farm lab in Brazil, a very connected. It's a live lab, and it's connected, and it's prepared for developing agricultural technologies and solutions for a sustainable agriculture. So that's what you see on the screen. The main trends, you have 2 minutes. And so the main trends and challenges and opportunities that we have identified. Here we have the connectivity and some points for investment. And on the other hand, technologies that are they have to do with the rural family success. And we want to offer opportunities for training in digital farming, and we want to have reach a consumer market in this digital era. We want to have digital platforms. We want to reach everyone, and this will be providing us traceability and certification, and we are also aiming at the quality of life of the people, but this in the training is so important. So thank you very much, and I am here ready for you, at your disposal. Thank you, Sylvia. Frankly, I don't know what to do with all of you. Every time this happens, we are very short of time. We have said so many important, interesting things, and I think we're on the right path with the different agencies who are actually betting on digitalization with all the challenges and opportunities that that implies. It's not just a matter of technology, but also policies and present the policies instruments to be able to do the follow up and then finances and so on, and to close the gaps as you have mentioned. And we need to go in a certain way to revitalize these rural areas. And I didn't want to uh, I'll give you 2 more minutes. The first thing
is the analogy and of the coverage and what President Lula said on COP27, putting the challenge of the digital world. And maybe we might have to multiply the antennas to capture the different experiences. Only with the four of you, the people that are here with us, have a good environment or vision of what is happening. Just imagine, as Monica said, if we increase this, if we increase our capacity of what is happening in the region. So it gives us a hint of some steps. But in the same order of presentation, Angela, Monica, Francine, and Silvia, maximum in 2 minutes, of all the challenge and opportunities, two main messages, two challenges to which we have to put attention to deepen it. I know it's not much time. Then we have another workshop. But the most important of the present attributions, where should we place our attention? I definitely, we have to concentrate that the digitalization process does not become an exclusion mechanism of the small producers and of the small agriculture. If the policy maker, the developers, we do not understand that this has to adapt to the reality of this context, what we're going to have is a fragmented society because there is a technology that is not accessible. And this is not only a matter of connectivity or to give the small producers computers. It's to understand how they can develop, how they can use this type of technologies. This has been described or discussed in the macro of the SDGs, and we see it as a great opportunity, but we are not doing the enough efforts to have inclusion. Thank you very much, Angela. I think that presentation or that recommendation is well deserved. From ECLAC and the FAO and PNUD, the current situation of the food crisis is like the perfect storm. We have had several factors, the war, pandemic, disruption of several supply chains, um, the energy, the prices of fertilizers that are less accessible, and climate change that takes away everything. And this affects the sector and several producer countries. So we also think that the solutions have to try to have multiple results. There are some digital solutions that will allow us to address, like Angela said, if we can guarantee that we do not leave anyone behind, the small producers, and they are the 90% of the agricultural products in Latin America, if we do not leave them behind, we at the same time will be addressing the poverty issues. We see the extreme poverty is growing in the rural areas. So we will tackle also food insecurity where we tackle income. We will address also the access to the new technologies in the measure that we increase costs. And we will doing climate action because if we choose the adequate technologies, we will allow better use of inputs and avoiding waste, avoiding the use of fertilizers that will pollute the waters, the soil. So I will think in a strategy that is not only digitalization as such, not without coordination of what you say. We see there are so many things that are not coordinated, but digitalization for something with a clear objective. And in our case, what we are seeing is this a package of actions that we could call agroecological transition, if you want, that will address several of these factors in the crisis. The price of fertilizers to improve productivity, include the small producers, and to make climate action. And that would be my message. Thank you very much. Excellent as always. Thank you, Monica. Now we will go to Sylvia and then Francine. Sylvia, please. Your microphone is muted. No, it's still muted. Can the technology people help us? Thank you, Luis. The main message is that we need to work with the small and medium producers. They have to help the small, the big producers. They have the capacity to invest. So we need to work with those solutions. But there are difficulties of cost, the connectivity, and the training. And here in Brazil, we are working in a training process to think in agriculture because we need solution. If we don't know how to use technology to improve the production process, so we need sustainability. We need a certification. We need those technologies. So the first step is to work in the training. So the small and medium producers, the cooperatives, the producer associations will have digital technology. The connectivity enables that training. And I think the most important is training to promote technology. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to you. We can keep working or talking in the next months. Francine, the final comment. Thank you. Retaking what the panelists have said, I do agree that the fundamental is to diminish the digital gap in the rural world. I think that is the most important thing. And to be clear that it's fundamental to have policies that will improve the access, the use, and the training. If there are no policies or programs that are well defined from the government, this will not be able to move forward. And according to our experience, the recent experience that we are beginning with this new government, we realize that two main focus in the technologies are, as I mentioned, the youth groups and the women groups. The youth groups of rural people, because we have a post-pandemic effect where we see this return back to the rural area. The young people are going back to live in the countryside, giving this technology to the farmers. And on the other hand, the rural women, as I said today, these women are being left alone in the countryside. The population has an average age of 60 years, and women are being left alone in the sense that men are looking other types of activities where they receive more income. So this is indispensable to work it at level of the rural women. And what I said, the studies show the facility or the capacity that women have to create networks to manage online trade and to create links between the public and the private. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to you, Francine, Angela, Monica, Silvia. I think with the organizers, we can organize with each one of this. I think this is super important to place our attention. I would like to say that within the agenda of the United Nations on family agriculture, that has some pillars like the pillar of young people and women, this can be an instrument that is not an exclusion factor, but as we have said, it can be an enabler, a catalyzer of new processes that can contribute to the training of a more inclusive, sustainable way. So here we have to speak in the next moment. So now, in this platform, we have had 470 people, and in the networks of FAO, much more. So this is an interesting topic that convene all of us to keep deepening. And on behalf of this more rural, more digital, I want to thank you for sharing your knowledge, your guidance. To the ones that are looking and accompanying this space, unfortunately we don't have more time in this panel, but I will invite you to leave your comments in this digital wall in the platform, so you can put your opinion about this meeting. Thank you very much, Francine, Angela, Monica, Silvia. We have finished this, and now we will go ahead to the other activities. Thank you very much, and for all of you, an excellent day in the next activities. How interesting to be able to know how public policies of digital transformation in our region are evolving and the efforts that the countries make so that the rural world is not left behind and can have access to these tools that are fundamental for its development. Without doubt, the connectivity, the access to technology, and the training are the basis for the future development in the rural world. Along this line, 1,000 digital ideas have promoted the training of young people and trying to extend this experience. Today, we have invited Professor Edgar Barroso, PhD from Harvard University, Theory of Music and Composition, and Master in Digital Arts. Currently, he is Associate Professor of the Government School and Public Transformation of the Technological Institute of Monterrey, who is the Director of the Entrepreneur and Transformation Laboratory. Edgar combined his careers as composer, entrepreneur, and lab designer of innovation, entrepreneurs, and education. Now, Edgar will be with us presenting a workshop of digital marketing that we hope that can be a contribution for all of the ones that are connected to this transmission. Welcome, Edgar, and thank you for being here with us. Hello. Very good. Well, thank you very much. And welcome to this workshop of digital marketing. First of all, I would like to thank for the invitation. I really enjoy to share technology topics. And well, let's begin. We have a lot to share and very little time. So what we will see in the next 25 minutes is a small introduction of what is digital marketing and why is it important and how we can use it. There's strategies to sell our own products or our own services. The second one has to deal with concepts like the importance of the market identity, the use of data, and how can we strengthen a value proposal. And the third one has to do with tools. One of the most interesting things of digital marketing is without realizing we already have the tools to begin. We just need an internet connection and the apps that many of them are free and the majority of us, we already have them. And finally, to speak about the future of digital marketing. So let's begin. Digital marketing is we have to differentiate between normal marketing, we understand as those strategies and actions that try to reach the objectives of an organizations, the actions that you do to sell more of your products or reach more consumers with our services or disseminate an idea through the market. And digital marketing has this characteristic that uses digital technologies. Many experts define it as the design and implementation of marketing strategies through a digital channel. When we speak about digital channels, we're speaking about social network, chats, emails, any digital means or channel that helps you to connect with other people. It can be a company, a person, a product, a service, and the most important is that digital marketing can help us independently of what we do. Specifically in this workshop, I will focus in agricultural topics, but within the system, there's complementary services. We can think that there is a need of people that can make digital marketing for cooperatives, for small producers that maybe already have the product, but they are missing the digital connection to have access to new markets. And finally, an important part is to see how we have the transaction from the product, the logistics, and the payment so you can receive money in a digital way. So now, what are the main characteristics of digital marketing? I think it's very interesting because on one hand, we have internet and the social networks. Finally, 99% of the statistics of the Mexico Internet Association that says that 99% of people use Facebook or have installed Facebook in their smartphones. And we use the second application that we use the most is WhatsApp, among others, because maybe you have YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, etc. So I think it's important to understand the great opportunity that we have in the digital world. And of course, we have to be careful I was lucky to be in the prior panel listening to the amazing panelists, and they spoke and said that we had to be careful. This access to internet should be inclusive and should try to have this access to this important connectivity. Because if we have that connectivity, if we do not leave anyone behind and we can include them in the digital world, the opportunities are immense. The second part is the immediate nature. In the analogic world, in the atom world, things take a little bit longer. You have limitations. Maybe if you're going to make a payment, you have to go to the person to whom you have to pay physically. And this can take you from 1 minute to 5 hours, depending how far the person is. It has to deal also how quickly we make the transactions and how quickly we can take care of clients at the same time. Think as a store. If you have a physical store, maybe you can take care of one customer at a time. But if you have someone in charge, or if you have 2 or 3 employees, you can take care of more people. But in digital, the processes are automatic and you can take care of 5,000 people immediately. And the third thing, it has to be the democratic nature of the tools. This is what they spoke in the previous panel, how these technologies do not stay in a group of people, but how they become more democratic and we can have access to them in a free way and that we can have training that help us to understand how to use them. These tools in the last 10 years have been more democratic, and maybe this is the most important that I would like to emphasize in this small workshop, is that all we can have access to these tools. We all can learn, we can use them in a way that gives us value and that help us with these important topics like climate action and to help us to produce more, but at the same time respecting the environment. So this democratic nature, I think it's very important. And the other one, the fourth one, is the two-way communication. These digital technologies allow us to communicate with our clients and our clients with us. So we can have an immediate dialogue to receive feedback, to know if our products and services are giving value to the clients. And let us know in how way we can improve our services and products, having this conversation beyond traditional poster or communication that only says the company and the people, but does not reach the cooperative to the people. So the digital marketing has this advantage to be in communication with your community and improve the products. And maybe one of the most attractive ones is the scope. Number five is where we can reach, for example, to market our products. If we have a physical store, it's really good because we can reach our neighborhood, maybe some kilometers around, but it's very hard in the analogical world to reach to other cities or other countries. But with the digital marketing, we have those opportunities nowadays, as I said, that are more accessible within our mobile apps. And with the gradual increase, hopefully it'll be quicker, of having access to internet. So who can use digital marketing for its products or who needs digital marketing? The answer is simple. Everyone can use it. Digital marketing does not need that you have university studies or higher education studies. Truly, it is something that everyone can learn. It's something that there is a lot of information of how to learn these technologies, and the complexity has reduced immensely in the last 10 years. Before doing these things, you had to program your own web page, to write a code, and to make things that were complex. But nowadays, and we will see that at the end of the workshop, that the technology has increased dramatically. So moving forward, let's see how you can see the advantages of digital marketing. I think some of its advantages are that you have results that you can measure. And that is really important because when you have a business, you want to know how much you're selling, who are you selling, what products are being sold the most, which ones are remaining, why are not they being sold. All that information. When you make your information digital and you send online or you have a digital campaign, you can have access to this result and this information that is quite important. I think we have a small problem with the presentation. The slides are not moving. We are in the first one. And I don't know if you can change the slides. So let's move forward. The second one has to do with the diversity of products and services. When we work with digital marketing, we can make digital marketing campaigns for any product or activity or service. For example, if we focus in products, agricultural products, we can sell any product that you might have or a service or a knowledge, and the diversity is immense. The advantage of having capacities in digital marketing is after its application is immense because all the industries. We are doing digital marketing if we want to reach new markets. The third one has to do with the availability. With digital marketing, it helps you to be available always. If you have a traditional store, you open it at 8 in the morning and you close it, no, I don't know, at 6 in the afternoon. But in digital marketing, where you use these campaigns, this machinery that is promoting your products can be 24/7, especially when you have different time zones. And because the people can buy your products anytime. Through digital marketing campaigns, you can contact and people can buy at 11 p.m., at 3 in the morning. And for you, the next day, you will see what are the new orders that you can fulfill later on. Um, to have the loyalty, it's very important. Number four, how we can do that the people that are buying can recommend and keep buying, and you can measure that with the digital results that you have. So you can detect if a client already bought once and they bought again and again, and you can see more or less detect if in your geographical areas they are buying more than in others. So that can help you to address or direct your efforts of digital marketing to increase or to strengthen certain areas where you want to have more sales or you want to get your product known. And the last point that I wanted to let you know is the precision. Digital marketing helps you to be very precise. It helps you say, I want to sell products to women between 18 and 25 years that live in this area, in this country, and that like or are studying high school or university. So you can be very specific. Who do you address your products so they are more efficient? And not only you can publish in a way where everybody sees it, but in the end, the people that are going to buy are very specific. So there are some elements of a digital marketing strategy. How do you create your brand? How you have a commercial identity? And I use FAO. Everybody knows that brand, that color, that logo, that isotype. When you see it, immediately you know that it has a reputation, an image of that brand or identity that has generated throughout time. So we have to do the same with our brands. If our brands are not recognized, so people cannot choose them, they cannot look for them, they cannot be loyal to the brand. So that's why the brands are so important. The second one is the value proposal that has to do what makes your product different and how you can differentiate it from other products. That is also a very important part of digital marketing. And my favorite one that I devote to data is what data say about the market and its characteristics. But we'll see this one little by little. If you think, for example, in brand identity, this logotypes that we have here immediately remind us something that we use all the people that we have access to internet. So this quickly, it tells you what is it about, what's the name, what do they do, and they have a prestige and an identity. And in the same way, when we make a product, we can assign a brand that has to do even with the personality of the founder of the company or the cooperative and the message that you would like to convey, whether it's rural tourism, fruits, vegetables, dairy products, whatever you want to sell. It's very important that you package it, that you give it an identity so you can distinguish from other brands that probably are maybe similar. Why is it important? Because it gives you recognition, reputation, the perception that how is it that you carry out your brand, and it gives you the opportunity that the people buys is loyal to your brand and trust you. If you think that the brands that you buy, whatever they are, maybe the milk brand or the clothes or shoes, you buy them because you recognize them, it has a good reputation, you perceive them as an ethical brand, honest, etc. And you trust them because that's why you buy the products that you buy, because we trust in the quality that we are expecting, or furthermore. Now the data, I think, as I said, one of the most important parts. Data are our best friends. Data help us to understand how many people have had access to the data, how many people have had impressions, have given a click to your product or your announcement, how much a campaign costs you, every click that a person gives, how much did you spend in the campaign, and how much did you have as a return in sales or clients. So it's very important to see the data. And the good thing is that there are many platforms like Facebook, and I quote Facebook because it's the most used, but there are other ones where these analytics are included in, like in Facebook. So to do these things before, it was very complex some years ago. And nowadays they are in the platforms, they have an already important data. It helps us also to understand what we do not see. For example, if we see the density of the people, where they are concentrated, where I can sell which products, what cities, for example, what are they looking in the cities, for example, and now we're going to see like the trends. If you see the people with greater frequency in Google, which is an important platform to be able to do this search, to see what the people are looking. And through that information, you can say, oh, yes, in the city, they are asking for, I don't know, certain type of biological products. So I can go into that market. I think we are not in the correct slide. The next slide would be the value proposal. Some important elements of the value proposal is, on one hand, you have to differentiate what type of benefits the client should expect of your brand. What is different? What good things he is going to receive from you or your product when they consume it. The second one has to deal how, in which way your product or your service solve or satisfy your client's needs. How the benefit that you're giving your client, what type of problem it solves and how it solves. The third important thing of a value proposal, how your brand is different, why they are going to choose you and not other people that sell a similar product. And the other one is why. What's the reason they should use your products or consume your products? If you think why, maybe the two products are similar, but because it has ethical, environmental reasons, social reasons, etc., and you decide why you consume the product and not another one. Some examples, here we have some examples so you can see how the value proposal is simplified, and from here we have many other things, but we will not have time. But here you have four. Be green, which are vegetable, 100% free of pesticides. So very specific. They're selling you why, 100% free of pesticides, how, what are they doing, and what's the difference in these value proposals. The second one, agricultural solutions, so you can produce more with less. And this is very important, the simple nature, it's key. So quickly the client can say, oh yes, with this I'm going to produce more and with less. The third one has to do with soil data, precise in real time. This was a piece that we needed in the farming. They produced this information and now they satisfy the need as the piece of a puzzle that was needing. And the last one is the financing. And what is the benefit? And they hook you so you can go and explore with greater detail their services of the food basket. The other aspect of the digital marketing, there, okay, the importance to know who is your client. It's not the same that you sell products through to a person of 15 years old to a person who is 30 or 40 year or 50 or 60, or to groups like families or people that live in certain regions and that have certain cultural traits. So in your marketing strategy, you have to understand who is your client and above all, the profile of your client. For example, the social demographic profile of your client, age, gender, working activity, the schooling, that will help you understand more the clients that you will address to be able to find the adequate channels. Like a typical example is that the newer generations are using other social networks like TikTok or Instagram. And Facebook is for like an older generation, for example, my age, and it's very important. If certain clients, if your product is devoted to young people, maybe you should use other social network than Facebook. The second one is location. Where are they living and where and how your product will reach them? If it's a physical product or digital, because the digital reaches immediately, but it's important to analyze the behavior, the context where they are. If it's an area where the climate is in a certain way, it's a rural area, it's an urban area, what type of area? Where are you going to sell your products? And the third one is the behavior, the routine, the schedules, activities that can enrich. So you know, for example, the most important hour to buy things. For example, if your clients work the whole week and they work Saturday, So maybe they will purchase the things Saturday afternoon where they are free and they can access internet and ask for your products. So it's very important that the digital strategies know the habits of the people that we get on a legal way. And normally these are public data and that you can ask directly with the authorization of the client. It's a bit delicate, the use of data, but normally we use the public information, the information that is in social networks. And it's very important not to use the personal data of the people without their approval. Fourth, the incentives, the goals that you can help them fulfill. For example, if you make digital marketing campaigns, you can help other people to fulfill the sales market of selling in other places. If you sell products, but you do not have someone to reach that digital market, you can understand what are the incentives that the people have that are devoted to this or can train you. Now, this is a small introduction, and I go quickly to have time for questions and answers. But how to begin? If I don't know, if I'm not a designer, how can I create my brand and how can I do these things? I think it's important to share some tools. The other slide, please. For example, lookup.com. This is a platform that can help you to design your teams in a simple way and to use artificial intelligence. I can give you an idea of how to make a logo, a name, those type of things, and you can do it free, and it can help you. And you have technologies to help you with that. The second one is rawcontent.com. You can generate profiles. You have a work where you can describe how the profile of your user would be, how can you use a logic behind your digital strategy to identify people and to you can understand, oh yes, the target of my product is to reach this group of people and they can find you better and use digital tools to reach them. And what I said, the data, how we can use the data. For example, in Google Trend, it's a free tool where you can see through countries what people look, for example, organic products, agricultural products, of any kind of products that you might use or produce. And you can see what the people are looking for and analyze year by year what they have been looking and what are the products that are increasing. For example, biological products that do not have pesticides, etc. These have had an immense increase. So you can segment through city, by country, etc., to see where there's greater interest of those products or services. The good thing of digital marketing, if you have access to internet, Facebook and WhatsApp, you can begin. I understand that not everyone has these tools, and we have to be very sensible not to leave anyone behind. But if you have those tools, you can start with digital marketing. And the most important thing is to lose your fear. Technology is there to help you so you can reach our goals and do what we want with our products and services. So I will briefly tell you what you can do with Facebook and WhatsApp and an internet account. You can create a fan page. I invented a brand, and this came out of luca.com. I did it with 5 clicks. You have my logo, my name, and I went to a fan page in Facebook to make digital marketing do a fan page. It's much better than a profile. The profiles have limitations. The amount of fans is unlimited. Here, any person can give you a like. The content is important. Here, you can assign administrator to your fan page. You can have apps. It's a bit more complex, this one, but you can connect with other apps, but the profiles no, and you can share posts, and then we can have marketing campaigns. You can have access to statistics. It's much more complex. So if you use Facebook to use digital marketing, do it from a fan page. Now, quickly, if you go to the Facebook fan page, you will see that there's a menu, and you can see on the right side the page. You create the page, you put the name. I wrote Café Cuenca, and we have the account, and you have a small slogan in Café Cuenca that Café Cuenca grows in the higher regions of Latin America. Then ask you information if you have a web page, the phone number, an email, and you invite friends. If you had a Facebook account, you can invite one friend and you can create a page and put the notification. So each time you see a new activity, it will reach you. And that's it. You have your fan page ready to start to promote, make posts, and create an activity. In these publications, there are two types of publications: the organic ones, which is the organic reach that has distribution methods, how the people come, how they recommend you to share, and other ones that are inorganic, that this do have a cost. When how many people can reach costs more. So when a company has a content, you can have more people. You can pay a campaign so it reaches 40, 50, 60,000 people, and see how you can translate to your client or Facebook page. Now, within Facebook, you can have a store. You can sell through a store in Facebook. I want to clarify here. This varies from country to country because it has to do with the country's regulations. But this is what you have in a Facebook page in Mexico. But that's why if you can go to the menu, because the policy is different in each country, but in general, it's going to be similar. Here, the difference is that you can go to Meta Business Suite, you go to Commerce, add account, and you create an account of the local manager. You put Café Cuenca, your email, create, and then you will see how you will do the purchasing, and you can decide how they want, through a web page or a service like PayPal or something to pay. So I'm ending.
You can send only to one country, and in the end you will create, you finalize your setting, and you will have the same fan page that we created just a moment ago, and now you have an icon that is there that says the shop, and so people can access the products and then buy them. And so there you have that as an e-commerce platform. Other possibilities would be on Facebook, where you can publish the marketplace at Facebook, and you can say, well, I'm selling this coffee at this price at this city, and then you expect your friends or some other people on your fan page to answer and respond. And the other possibility is to create local groups where you can actually invite your cooperative, and amongst the people who are there, you could sell in one city or within a context. You need to be careful with these groups, especially because we have seen cases where people go in that can maybe be vandalizing or have fraudulent activities and not very transparent. So I think you need to be very secure, safe, and not trust just anyone who asks you or orders something, because you need to not give, be careful with your passwords and your confidential numbers, card numbers, and so on. Please don't share them just like that with anybody. So in addition to Facebook, you can also use WhatsApp, which is a free tool. But the only difference is that remember, you have WhatsApp for business and the regular WhatsApp, and so there's one for WhatsApp for business. So you can always connect your fan page from Facebook, and you link it to your WhatsApp on your phone, which is one of the things that I've seen more in the within the agri food business. And you just have to download the app. You have it for iOS and for Android, and you have WhatsApp Business. That will be a very similar story. You create an account, a business account, where you have the Cafe Cuenca, and you configure the application, and it will ask you whether you want to transfer your files from the normal WhatsApp to the business WhatsApp, and you say yes or no, depending on how you want to function. And then you write in your profile and you fill out all these fields where you basically offer information about your business. You upload photos, and you have, if you can have catalogs within your WhatsApp. You can do some very interesting things in the WhatsApp, and you can connect with your profile, your Facebook profile, and from there you can connect to Facebook, and you can also connect to Instagram. So you can sell from WhatsApp, but you can also sell from the traffic that you attract in Facebook and Instagram. And so you can also use the computer version, which is basically something that you can link together those two devices. You can link them up, and everything that you created on Facebook you can coordinate within the mobile, with a mobile device and with a mobile internet. That will be just more than enough. So the last thing that I want to tell you about the digital marketing are the payments, because if you can say, well, maybe I got a client, but he's in a different city, and how am I going to get paid? And so this is very, very interesting, because we have to look at the way we are going to be bankerized or digitalized payments, and that it has to be inclusive and for everyone to have access to these kind of payments. And because it's very easy, it's very fast, and we can do more transactions at a lower cost than in the traditional way. And one recommendation, and here I would like to clarify, this is one of the options and the most popular one in Latin America. That's the reason why we chose it. There are many other options. I'm not promoting any one tool or any one platform, but this is the one that is most used, and that's why I chose it, and that's what I based on for in mentioning here. You can establish the market, the payment, Mercado Pago, and you can get a link, and through WhatsApp you can send that line, which is which says mpayment.la, green t-shirt or whatever, and the person will tell you, or the application will tell you when they have already made the payment, and then you can simply receive the money, and then you can send out the product that they have bought from you. And so as you can see, this is relatively easy. It used to be quite complicated just 10 years ago, but I understand that many of you are already using WhatsApp. You've already sending links, and you have already uploaded photos. You're all very familiar with the WhatsApp interface. And so all of this that you're seeing looks rather complicated, but it's nothing foreign to what you're already doing. It's the same app, same logic, and that's what makes it very interesting, because we've all already got all those apps installed, and now we have the opportunity to use it for digital marketing and to and for e-commerce in general. So you can, it's easier, and you can have some additional services such as coverage for your clients, and you can create packages, in other words, that they can pay, but they can probably not, let's say you're sending out a package, they just pay you when they are actually in receipt of their package. And so that gives them credibility to your business, because they know that there is intermediary company that is protecting them, and so they won't release the payment until they say that they've received the package. So there are so many different ways of payment now, and you can use the one that you feel is more convenient for you. That's just one that I've mentioned because it's the one that is mostly used, but there are many others. And again, I'm Mexican, and I of course observed what is more used in Mexico, and so that's why I've mentioned these. And so to do digital marketing and to be able to connect to digital platforms, you can use any one of these, and it changes from one country to the other. But there will be a way in your country where you can actually function, and so to allow everyone to access these new markets and these new e-commerce tools and create these communities that can offer their products to a wider audience and market. And another interesting thing that is very good about this kind of payment methods, you can also create catalogs. And so you don't have to create a separate link each time they buy a product from you. So the catalogs help. So you can automate these kinds of collections to make it swifter. And this ends my presentation. This is the last slide. Perhaps I've gone too fast. It's a fascinating uh, topic, and frankly, the future is calling for digital technologies. I don't see any other scenario where in any industry or sector that a few less digital technologies will be used. No, there. In fact, we're talking about digital economy now, and because that digital economy is gaining ground by the day, I think that the important thing is to be able to show you these tools that you're already using, most likely, and perhaps just go into a little other some other features and this has to do with inclusion. Okay, thank you very for this fantastic. Oh, it's I think it's very important that we through digital marketing we need to be able to increase our products, our profits, and our income, and while being responsible with the environment and cooperate with the climate actions. And I think that's the message that I have for you now. Please leave your fears aside. Be careful. Ask the people who know and use those tools, and ask around. It is always a good time to learn. You don't need to have anybody validate you. You can study yourselves, and you can open up new opportunities and doors. I see that there are many questions right now, and thank you very much. Question one: is there a schedule established? Well, it depends on the social networks. You saw the question. Yes, you can establish schedules, and it's very intelligent to ask such a question because Twitter, for instance, depends on the country, but on a global scale, Twitter is better maybe mid-morning, between 9 and 11 in the morning, or between 3 and 4 in the afternoon. But Facebook, for instance, seems to be more around the meal time, right? Because makes sense because we're perhaps eating and then we're checking our Facebook, which while we eat, which is not very good, but it's a common thing going on. And I think the social networks really depend on the country. Some countries, people have other food schedules, meal schedules, and some have different climates, and so it changes from one country to another. The important thing is that you can actually Google that and find out and figure out. You can use a browser like you can ask what's the best time to post on Instagram or on Facebook and so on. Next question. What aspects must be considered? The first condition, as our panelist colleagues from the other panel said, first thing we need to do is consider connectivity that needs to be functional. It is not enough to have internet connection if it's 5K or whatever. That cannot be used. It's too risky. You can lose communication. And so when you have electronic commerce, when you click pay, you need to make sure that the connection doesn't get interrupted. And so a very important part in the rural territories is that you have a good internet connection, functional. I'm not saying it has to be the fastest in the world, but it has to be functional. And based on that, it should connect with the communities and the cooperatives to be able to map out value chains and commercial chains that can be easy to take your product from your farm to a local a community that has at least a minimum carbon print so that we can have information about that, because We have some sorts of problems of that type also. On the one hand, that we need functional connectivity, and on the other hand, we also need training. So somebody should train us on this, because it's very important. The thing is, nobody used to know about these things, and I was just I started with this when I was 30 years, and we didn't use this. We didn't know anything about that, but so we had to learn about this. But some of us did have the privilege of being trained and having somebody by our side to help us. So you need to guarantee training sessions for people to be able to access the technologies and to be able to access them to create value for their communities. And the third thing is to promote cooperation through the digital means. And this conversation is already fantastic that we have all these people connected. I would love to see all your faces, but I guess those technologies will be coming up soon. I know that I'm getting your feedback and you're there because you're sending me feedback and I'm receiving your questions. So functional connectivity is a very important part for the community creation and for value chains. That is fundamental. Can I, if I only have access to internet when I go to the city, can I still do this? Yes, yes, you can. And this is a very common question in the rural areas, because sometimes people have connection when they go to a local, a near village or near town, and maybe the response time is not going to be as immediate. But yes, you can. And you need to consider something else. Slowly, we will have more connectivity and more coverage, and this is a global trend. Our colleagues have already mentioned that. I don't think there is one country saying, oh, it's not a priority to give connectivity to people. No, that is coming. It's going to, so you can start preparing so that, and even if your connectivity depends on when you go to the city or to the next town, it's okay. The connectivity will come to you, and then you're already there, all set up, and you have the tools, and you can help your community to transfer that knowledge. And I think that's the greatest thing of the digital part, that you learn about the tools and then you can teach others about them and how to use them. And I have had previous experiences. For instance, we have offered a course on digital technologies to small producers or artisans, and in 6 months they come and tell us, well, now I'm only doing digital marketing for other artisans. So this is has a multiplying effect, right? And they can multiply their income, keeping maintaining their activity, but also helping others. And they are hired by their colleagues or other community members that can pay them for help, and then they have more sales because of the digital marketing. Then they can pay your services. So there is also a transfer of knowledge, and it's profitable. So what is the other way of disseminating our fan page and promoting our fan page? Well, there are so many ways of doing this, and many schools of thought in that sense. But I think that the most important thing is that at the very beginning, at least you may have that you have at least 2 years of organic traffic. Otherwise, your community would be too artificial. So at the beginning of your business, you need to have people who really and that you really know that they're consuming your product and they're going to recommend you. And then there are other strategies. What is great about the digital marketing and the technologies is that you can actually have paid campaigns, that's a traditional thing, and other elements with analytics that right now I cannot discuss because I've used my time. But I thank you very much for this opportunity. I've enjoyed this very much, and I hope this has been useful and an introduction and a motivation, so that when you look back, you're at your Facebook and your WhatsApp. Remember that right there you have a technology that is very sophisticated, that is already there, that you already know how to use, that is right there ready for digital marketing. Thank you very much for this invitation and the privilege of being with you, perhaps not in the same room physically, but we are connected discussing technologies. And so I thank you for that. Thank you, Edgar, for this fantastic collaboration. We're sure that those who have followed us have taken advantage of this workshop. And those of you who would like to go back to the content of this workshop, we remind you that this will be available on the site of the 1,000 digital villages. Remember, we're going to have a pause now, and we will return at 3 p.m. Chilean time, where we will come back for the second roundtable, which is dedicated to digitization in rural areas within the family agriculture context.
Los servicios que ofrecen estas comunidades le permitirán disfrutar de una nueva e inolvidable experiencia con recorridos en canoa o en kayak en río y senderos acuáticos, avistamiento de aves, primates, manatíes y diferentes especies, salidas de pesca, presentación cultural y noche de tertulia, interpretación ambiental y cultural, alojamiento en cabaña, alimentación típica campesina y afroribereña, aprovechando la formación del colectivo de comunicaciones, con apoyo de la FAO. En agosto de 2019 comenzaron a hacer difusión de su oferta a través de redes sociales. Sin embargo, ante la llegada de la pandemia, incursionaron en el desarrollo de nuevos canales como la página web y la alianza con instituciones y organizaciones de promoción turística local. Hoy, gracias al uso de las plataformas digitales, han incrementado sus ingresos en un 25% aproximadamente. Encuentren su página web y cuentas en Facebook e Instagram como Ecoturismo Darién Atrato.
Quiero invitarlos a que vengan a conocer y a darse el gusto de mirar algo diferente y probar lo que es estar en un territorio donde usted consigue selva, consigue lagos, consigue ríos, consigue playa, consigue aves, consigue cualquier cantidad de cosas hermosas para conocer y para disfrutar.
Ecoturismo Darién Atrato. Aventúrese a explorar una de las regiones más biodiversas de Colombia, donde el majestuoso río Atrato se entremezcla con el Darién chocuano. Digitalización, integración y ecoturismo, la nueva fórmula del desarrollo rural.
Sendero del Cacao está ubicado en el municipio de San Francisco de Macorís, principal zona de producción de este fruto en la República Dominicana. Este proyecto permite al turista entrar en contacto con el proceso de producción del cacao, desde su siembra y recolección hasta el proceso de fermentación, secado y elaboración del delicioso chocolate, para lo cual ha establecido una exitosa estrategia de marketing digital.
El Sendero del Cacao consiste en hacer una demostración exhaustiva de todas las etapas y procesos por donde pasan las almendras del cacao desde la germinación, para dar a conocer el desarrollo sostenible del sector agropecuario, evidenciando las bondades del cacao. El impacto positivo que ha provocado la expansión de lo que es el Sendero del Cacao a partir de las redes sociales es sumamente gigantesco, debido a que por medio de las redes sociales tú tienes el planeta al cual tú te le puedes dirigir en términos de publicidad y llegar hasta ello.
Esta experiencia es la que FAO pretende replicar en el municipio de Las Galeras, provincia de Samaná, junto al Consejo de Turismo Galeras por el Desarrollo Sostenible, Contugal, en apoyo a los más de 14.000 habitantes de esta comunidad, cuya principal actividad económica es la agricultura, la pesca y el turismo. La vinculación de los pequeños productores de Las Galeras a nuevos mercados incluye la incorporación de modelos de negocios basados en un sistema de circuito que los acerquen directamente con los hoteles, restaurantes y balnearios de este municipio costero, que ha sido reconocido como el primer destino turístico del mundo responsable con la biodiversidad.
Incorporar de manera sistemática a todos estos productores en un sistema organizado que puedan tener acceso a otros mercados, no solamente le va a brindar poder colocar a mejor precio los productos, sino colocar más productos, porque la gente va a tener oportunidad de saber lo que se está produciendo en Las Galeras y en qué fecha esa producción puede estar disponible.
A través de Contugal se establecerán plataformas digitales que permitirán a las asociaciones de pescadores, agricultores y artesanos promover sus productos en tiempo real, asegurando mejores mercados y precios.
Fabricamos queso de hoja, el mejor queso de la región, lo hacemos aquí. Este negocio nosotros, lo iniciaron mis padres antes de yo nacer y se han venido sustentando con eso. Hacemos una producción diaria de 100 libras, 150 más o menos. Nosotros recibimos pedidos por vía de teléfono, WhatsApp, y lo distribuimos a las personas que vienen y a los negocios de la comunidad.
La ruta hacia un turismo rural digital en Las Galeras llevará a esta región a un turismo más inclusivo y sostenible que cambiará las condiciones de vida de sus habitantes y de su entorno.
Kolonga mito kamarama niko onguti napkorkoroy. Nakita marakimarama ninga tuinapkoroye nito hurimarama tia chituiti orokihoy. To naoktenge Alfredo nakita marakimarama echenge mi kuamarama nonge pai na tonhurimarama niko onguti tuinapuka.
Costa Rica posee una riqueza biológica y cultural que permite el encuentro de gran biodiversidad de especies y manifestaciones culturales, y se destaca por sus esfuerzos de conservación y protección del medio ambiente.
Este emprendimiento inicia con una idea acorde a nuestra enseñanza que nos dieron nuestros ancestros, para que el turista conozca nuestra costumbre, porque aquí está lo espeso de mi cultura.
En las últimas décadas, el turismo ha sido un motor de la economía, ofreciendo oportunidades en las comunidades rurales, como es el caso de don Alfredo, dueño del Centro Ecocultural Toina Fueja, en la zona norte de Costa Rica.
Si yo no tengo yuca, yo le compro a otra persona. Si yo no tengo pejibaye, se lo compramos a otra persona. La artesanía y todo lo que se vende aquí es producto de aquí mismo y es hecho por los indígenas. Son beneficiados más de 30 familias.
Desde hace unos años, gracias a la ayuda de sus hijos, don Alfredo se posicionó en redes sociales, Facebook, WhatsApp, como una forma de promocionar su negocio.
Se creó una página de Facebook con algunas de las fotos de acá, del lugar, algunos de los animales que tenemos por acá, también las actividades que hacemos.
Nos gustaría más como capacitarnos, como que hubieran capacitaciones que nos ayudaran a saber sobre páginas web, sobre cómo utilizar las redes.
La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mermado el emprendimiento de don Alfredo, como a todos los negocios turísticos del país. El turismo rural intenta migrar a plataformas digitales para comercializar y potenciar sus oportunidades. Sin embargo, es necesario eliminar la brecha digital.
Nuestro CESI, Centro Comunitario Inteligente, número 36, se ha enfocado mucho en el desarrollo de las destrezas digitales. La gente ha buscado cómo capacitarse. Hemos dado inglés para el turismo, y ese inglés para el turismo lo recibieron unas mujeres de la comunidad de Río Celeste. Hace poco se grabó un grupo por profesores del MISIT en marketing digital.
Tomamos la decisión de que Copelesca brindara los servicios de infocomunicaciones, especialmente Internet, con el fin en aquel momento de disminuir la brecha digital, donde llevamos Internet a más de 3.500 familias dedicadas a la agricultura. Les transformó lógicamente la vida.
El gobierno de Costa Rica ha priorizado la franja de desarrollo de la zona norte con el fin de atender a las poblaciones en condición de vulnerabilidad.
Hoy la conectividad está relacionada con las posibilidades de hacer comercio de los pequeños productores locales. Está directamente relacionada con la capacidad de educación. Es una manera de promocionar el turismo de la zona, y tanto el gobierno, la empresa privada, las organizaciones productivas como la comunidad demandan mejor productividad para su desarrollo.
Para Costa Rica es clave continuar promoviendo el turismo rural comunitario y la digitalización comercial, con el objetivo de eliminar las brechas digitales en la zona, generar nuevas oportunidades y mejorar la economía de las familias rurales.
Vive los colores. Vive los paisajes. Vive la gastronomía. Vive la conectividad. Vive el turismo de convivencia. Vive la experiencia yunguilla.
Entre la magnífica biodiversidad de la selva amazónica se encuentran los cantones de Tena, Archidona y Carlos Julio Arosemena en la provincia de Napo, en Ecuador. Estos centros poblados son el hogar de diversas organizaciones de productores, quienes sustentan su economía en el uso sostenible de los recursos naturales. El encanto de la oferta productiva de esta zona se basa en un sistema ancestral de producción agroforestal denominada chacra, que fomenta la conservación de la agrobiodiversidad de más de 100 especies de plantas,
Sobre de la chacra también es donde que nosotros enseñamos a nuestros hijos, porque nuestros abuelos, nuestros ancestros nos han dado sus dones, han dado sus rituales, que donde que nosotros podemos consumir, donde que nosotros podemos enseñar a nuestros nietos, a nuestros hijos, para que este producto ya no se termine.
El cacao, la vainilla, el jengibre y la guayusa son algunos de los productos agroalimentarios con valor agregado que las organizaciones quichuas Callari, Guiñac y Satsayacu ofrecen en el mercado interno e internacional a través de procesos de certificación agroecológica y de garantía local. La evolución de la dinámica de los modelos productivos y la demanda del mercado han impulsado a que estas comunidades adapten sus formatos de comercialización a plataformas digitales, ampliando el alcance de la oferta de sus productos y servicios a consumidores responsables, conscientes e interesados en el cuidado del planeta.
Poder, claro, contar con el boom, claro, digital de las redes sociales, pero también poder llegar a contar con una página web propia que nos permita también comercializar con mayor alcance a diferentes partes, no solamente del país, sino del mundo también.
Esta oferta de productos y servicios agroalimentarios se complementa con la promoción del turismo ecológico.
Trata de impulsar lo que es conectividad en las zonas rurales y de promover emprendimientos diferentes para diversificar ingresos. El tema de turismo rural es un ejemplo que aquí en Napo se ha dado muy bien y que estamos trabajando para escalarlo.
Los visitantes pueden conocer a través de los paisajes naturales y productivos los rasgos culturales de las familias quichuas y la relación de sus medios de vida con la conservación de la naturaleza, lo que ha generado mayores ingresos para las familias, dinamizando estrategias innovadoras para garantizar y reconocer la calidad de su producción y así afrontar los retos de la reactivación económica con nuevos mecanismos financieros innovadores que facilitan la inversión y las alianzas público-privadas apoyadas por la cooperación internacional y el compromiso del gobierno nacional y local.
Se ha creado este fondo fiduciario que lo que busca es financiar precisamente, movilizar fondos y financiar emprendimientos para dar continuidad a los logros que se han alcanzado en el proyecto de Napo Buen Vivir y dar continuidad a lo que son proyectos de bioeconomía, conservación, sostenibilidad en la provincia de Napo.
Los productores y productoras de Napo han encontrado en la digitalización y la innovación una forma de fortalecer sus capacidades de liderazgo y posicionamiento de su trabajo en el Ecuador y a nivel mundial, así como contar con insumos de incidencia política para el acceso a incentivos, para el mejoramiento de las cadenas de valor y la diversificación de sus productos y servicios.
Déjate seducir por el verde esmeralda de sus pasturas y las aguas multicolor. Descubre cerros y llanuras con la huella del caballo fiel de las faenas vespertinas. Disfruta sonidos y sabores de ambrosía, mitos y leyendas que se entretejen en paisajes inigualables. Esta es la ruta del embrujo llanero. Bienvenidos al Meta.
Donde encontrarás música, folclore, flora, fauna, una gran biodiversidad, pero también su gente amable, su gente amorosa, con todos los productos de nuestra tierra llanera.
El Meta me fascinó, me quedé aquí echando raíces. Es un mar verde, eso es lo que más me gustó. Y la abundancia de agua, el suelo, el bosque. También que aquí en esta tierra se puede sembrar, producir durante todo el año.
Conéctate con la naturaleza, sus maravillosos paisajes. Vive y siente la cultura llanera y disfruta al máximo de productos únicos que brotan de esta tierra. El Meta, despensa agrícola colombiana, labrada por familias devotas a su tierra que se unen para impulsar el campo.
Junto con la red de abastecimiento del Meta, donde somos alrededor de 25 asociaciones, 550 familias productoras de la región, tenemos canales de venta como lo son los mercados campesinos, como tenemos la red de abastecimiento que es nuestra plataforma digital para venta de productos a nivel nacional.
Ya tenemos nuestro logo, nuestras redes sociales que es Facebook, Instagram, nuestra página web, nuestro empaque y etiquetado para nuestros productos. Y todo esto es muy importante porque estamos trabajando para tener una marca propia.
Lo que buscamos es hacer el acercamiento con el turista para que conozcan de cerca nuestros procesos, para que se enamoren también del campo, de lo que hacemos con tanto amor y con esfuerzo.
Las familias del Meta te esperan para compartir lo mejor de su tierra. Te invitamos a vivir experiencias únicas en la ruta del embrujo llanero, tierras fértiles, riqueza cultural, deporte extremo, gran biodiversidad y agroturismo. Te esperamos.
Viajar es mi pasión. Me gusta vivir experiencias que me conecten con la naturaleza y mi cultura. Me han hablado de la ruta del café. ¡Allá vamos! En Chanchamayo encontrarás unas cataratas maravillosas. Luego de una caminata podrás sentir la conexión con la naturaleza y sus increíbles paisajes. También podrás conocer cómo se cosechan los frutos que produce esta zona. Y al final del día, disfrutar de uno de los más exquisitos cafés del mundo. Las agricultoras y agricultores son personas muy acogedoras y te enseñan cómo se cultiva la tierra. Realizar esta actividad es una bonita experiencia y te ayuda a comprender la importancia de esta labor.
C'était vraiment une super expérience que de passer quelques jours au fond de Madalena. On a rencontré des gens extraordinaires, on a été très bien accueillis et on a profité d'un lieu superbe.
La pandemia golpeó mucho a estas personas y a raíz de esto buscaron nuevas formas de promocionar sus productos y servicios. Hoy, ellas y ellos usan las herramientas digitales y redes sociales para mejorar sus ingresos.
Cuando las personas conocen todo lo que hay detrás del café, le dan un valor diferente, lo toman como algo espiritual. Y lo que hacemos en la Chacra de Dago es una agricultura espiritual y lo que tratamos de hacer es darle a las personas una experiencia espiritual.
Este viaje fue increíble. Conocí lugares y paisajes hermosos. Compartí con las agricultoras y los agricultores. Disfruté de deliciosos platos entre muchas otras experiencias maravillosas. Chanchamayo y su gente son lo máximo. De hecho, que voy a regresar.
Colombia es un país con una gran riqueza natural y cultural, en el que varias comunidades rurales han encontrado un nuevo medio de vida que ha permitido aumentar sus ingresos y la generación de empleo: el turismo. Tal es el caso del corredor ecoturístico Darién Trato, una iniciativa de producción sostenible liderada por familias afrocolombianas y campesinas que buscan compartir la gran biodiversidad de su territorio con propios y foráneos a través de visitas guiadas.
Mi nombre es Roberto Rosa Rodríguez y estamos aquí porque queremos invitarlos que vengan a conocer este hermoso paraíso entre ciénagas, ríos, mares. Nos encontramos al norte del departamento del Chocó, límite con Panamá, ofreciendo una bandeja de oportunidades para disfrutar. Esta iniciativa de ecoturismo la conformamos 8 comunidades. Entre ellas tenemos la cabecera municipal, que está El Puerto, y está Ticolé, Marriaga, Tumaradó, El Roto, Bocas del Atrato, Arena y Santuario, donde se encuentra el Museo Arqueológico, que está cimentado sobre la primera ciudad fundada en tierra firme, como lo es Santa María la Antigua del Darién.
El corredor ecoturístico Darién Trato integra 4 reservas naturales que albergan una gran biodiversidad: el Parque Nacional Natural Los Catíos, declarado por la UNESCO como Patrimonio Natural de la Humanidad. El Parque Arqueológico e Histórico Santa María de la Antigua del Darién, el Distrito Regional de Manejo Integrado Lago Azul, Los Manatíes y los manglares de Bocas del Atrato. Los servicios que ofrecen estas comunidades le permitirán disfrutar de una nueva e inolvidable experiencia con recorridos en canoa o en kayak en río y senderos acuáticos, avistamiento de aves, primates, manatíes y diferentes especies, salidas de pesca, presentación cultural y noche de tertulia, interpretación ambiental y cultural, alojamiento en cabaña, alimentación típica campesina y afroribereña, aprovechando la formación del colectivo de comunicaciones, con apoyo de la FAO. En agosto de 2019 comenzaron a hacer difusión de su oferta a través de redes sociales. Sin embargo, ante la llegada de la pandemia, incursionaron en el desarrollo de nuevos canales como la página web y la alianza con instituciones y organizaciones de promoción turística local. Hoy, gracias al uso de las plataformas digitales, han incrementado sus ingresos en un 25% aproximadamente. Encuentren su página web y cuentas en Facebook e Instagram como Ecoturismo Darién Atrato.
Quiero invitarlos a que vengan a conocer y a darse el gusto de mirar algo diferente y probar lo que es estar en un territorio donde usted consigue selva, consigue lagos, consigue ríos, consigue playa, consigue aves, consigue cualquier cantidad de cosas hermosas para conocer y para disfrutar.
Ecoturismo Darién Atrato. Aventúrese a explorar una de las regiones más biodiversas de Colombia, donde el majestuoso río Atrato se entremezcla con el Darién chocuano. Digitalización, integración y ecoturismo, la nueva fórmula del desarrollo rural.
El Sendero del Cacao está ubicado en el municipio de San Francisco de Macorís, principal zona de producción de este fruto en la República Dominicana. Este proyecto permite al turista entrar en contacto con el proceso de producción del cacao, desde su siembra y recolección hasta el proceso de fermentación, secado y elaboración del delicioso chocolate, para lo cual ha establecido una exitosa estrategia de marketing digital.
El Sendero del Cacao consiste en hacer una demostración exhaustiva de todas las etapas y procesos por donde pasan las almendras del cacao desde la germinación, para dar a conocer el desarrollo sostenible del sector agropecuario, evidenciando las bondades del cacao. El impacto positivo que ha provocado la expansión de lo que es el Sendero del Cacao a partir de las redes sociales es sumamente gigantesco, debido a que por medio de las redes sociales tú tienes el planeta al cual tú te le puedes dirigir en términos de publicidad y llegar hasta ello.
Esta experiencia es la que FAO pretende replicar en el municipio de Las Galeras, provincia de Samaná, junto al Consejo de Turismo Galeras por el Desarrollo Sostenible, Contugal, en apoyo a los más de 14.000 habitantes de esta comunidad, cuya principal actividad económica es la agricultura, la pesca y el turismo. La vinculación de los pequeños productores de Las Galeras a nuevos mercados incluye la incorporación de modelos de negocios basados en un sistema de circuito que los acerquen directamente con los hoteles, restaurantes y balnearios de este municipio costero, que ha sido reconocido como el primer destino turístico del mundo responsable con la biodiversidad.
Incorporar de manera sistemática a todos estos productores en un sistema organizado que puedan tener acceso a otros mercados, no solamente le va a brindar poder colocar a mejor precio los productos, sino colocar más productos, porque la gente va a tener oportunidad de saber lo que se está produciendo en Las Galeras y en qué fecha esa producción puede estar disponible.
A través de Contugal se establecerán plataformas digitales que permitirán a las asociaciones de pescadores, agricultores y artesanos promover sus productos en tiempo real, asegurando mejores mercados y precios.
Fabricamos queso de hoja, el mejor queso de la región, lo hacemos aquí. Este negocio nosotros, lo iniciaron mis padres antes de yo nacer y se han venido sustentando con eso. Hacemos una producción diaria de 100 libras, 150 más o menos. Nosotros recibimos pedidos por vía de teléfono, WhatsApp, y lo distribuimos a las personas que vienen y a los negocios de la comunidad.
La ruta hacia un turismo rural digital en las galeras llevará a esta región a un turismo más inclusivo y sostenible que cambiará las condiciones de vida de sus habitantes y de su entorno.
Kolonga mito kamarama niko onguti napkorkoroy. Nakita marakimarama ninga tuinapkoroye nito hurimarama tia tituiti orokihoy. To naoktenge Alfredo nakita marakimarama echenge mi kuamarama nawe pai napton hurimarama niko onguti tuinapuka.
Costa Rica posee una riqueza biológica y cultural que permite el encuentro de gran biodiversidad de especies y manifestaciones culturales, y se destaca por sus esfuerzos de conservación y protección del medio ambiente.
Este emprendimiento inicia con una idea acorde a nuestra enseñanza que nos dieron nuestros ancestros, para que el turista conozca nuestra costumbre, porque aquí está lo espeso de mi cultura.
En las últimas décadas, el turismo ha sido un motor de la economía, ofreciendo oportunidades en las comunidades rurales, como es el caso de don Alfredo, dueño del Centro Ecocultural Toina Fueja, en la zona norte de Costa Rica.
Si yo no tengo yuca, yo le compro a otra persona. Si yo no tengo pejibaye, se lo compramos a otra persona. La artesanía y todo lo que se vende aquí es producto de aquí mismo y es hecho por los indígenas. Son beneficiados más de 30 familias.
Desde hace unos años, gracias a la ayuda de sus hijos, don Alfredo se posicionó en redes sociales, Facebook, WhatsApp, como una forma de promocionar su negocio.
Se creó una página de Facebook con algunas de las fotos de acá, del lugar, algunos de los animales que tenemos por acá, también las actividades que hacemos.
Nos gustaría más como capacitarnos, como que hubieran capacitaciones que nos ayudaran a saber sobre páginas web, sobre cómo utilizar las redes.
La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mermado el emprendimiento de don Alfredo, como a todos los negocios turísticos del país. El turismo rural intenta migrar a plataformas digitales para comercializar y potenciar sus oportunidades. Sin embargo, es necesario eliminar la brecha digital.
Nuestro CESI, Centro Comunitario Inteligente, número 36, se ha enfocado mucho en el desarrollo de las destrezas digitales. La gente ha buscado cómo capacitarse. Hemos dado inglés para el turismo, y ese inglés para el turismo lo recibieron unas mujeres de la comunidad de Río Celeste. Hace poco se graduó un grupo por profesores del MISIT en marketing digital.
Tomamos la decisión de que Copelesca brindara los servicios de infocomunicaciones, especialmente Internet, con el fin en aquel momento de disminuir la brecha digital, donde llevamos Internet a más de 3.500 familias dedicadas a la agricultura. Les transformó lógicamente la vida.
El gobierno de Costa Rica ha priorizado la franja de desarrollo de la zona norte con el fin de atender a las poblaciones en condición de vulnerabilidad.
Hoy la conectividad está relacionada con las posibilidades de hacer comercio de los pequeños productores locales. Está directamente relacionada con la capacidad de educación. Es una manera de promocionar el turismo de la zona, y tanto el gobierno, la empresa privada, las organizaciones productivas como la comunidad demandan mejor productividad para su desarrollo.
Para Costa Rica es clave continuar promoviendo el turismo rural comunitario y la digitalización comercial, con el objetivo de eliminar las brechas digitales en la zona, generar nuevas oportunidades y mejorar la economía de las familias rurales.
Vive los colores, vive los paisajes. Vive la gastronomía. Vive la conectividad. Vive el turismo de convivencia. Vive la experiencia yunguilla.
Entre la magnífica biodiversidad de la selva amazónica se encuentran los cantones de Tena, Archidona y Carlos Julio Arosemena en la provincia de Napo, en Ecuador. Estos centros poblados son el hogar de diversas organizaciones de productores, quienes sustentan su economía en el uso sostenible de los recursos naturales. El encanto de la oferta productiva de esta zona se basa en un sistema ancestral de producción agroforestal denominada chacra, que fomenta la conservación de la agrobiodiversidad de más de 100 especies de plantas.
Sobre de la chacra también es donde que nosotros enseñamos a nuestros hijos, porque nuestros abuelos, nuestros ancestros nos han dado sus dones, han dado sus rituales, que donde que nosotros podemos consumir, donde que nosotros podemos enseñar a nuestros nietos, a nuestros hijos, para que este producto ya no se termine.
El cacao, la vainilla, el jengibre y la guayusa son algunos de los productos agroalimentarios con valor agregado que las organizaciones quichuas Callari, Cuiña y Satsayacu ofrecen en el mercado interno e internacional a través de procesos de certificación agroecológica y de garantía local. La evolución de la dinámica de los modelos productivos y la demanda del mercado han impulsado a que estas comunidades adapten sus formatos de comercialización a plataformas digitales, ampliando el alcance de la oferta de sus productos y servicios a consumidores responsables, conscientes e interesados en el cuidado del planeta.
Poder, claro, contar con el boom, claro, digital de las redes sociales, pero también poder llegar a contar con una página web propia que nos permita también comercializar con mayor alcance a diferentes partes, no solamente del país, sino del mundo también.
Esta oferta de productos y servicios agroalimentarios se complementa con la promoción del turismo ecológico.
Trata de impulsar lo que es conectividad en las zonas rurales y de promover emprendimientos diferentes para diversificar ingresos. El tema de turismo rural es un ejemplo que aquí en Napo se ha dado muy bien y que estamos trabajando para escalarlo.
Los visitantes pueden conocer a través de los paisajes naturales y productivos los rasgos culturales de las familias quichuas y la relación de sus medios de vida con la conservación de la naturaleza, lo que ha generado mayores ingresos para las familias, dinamizando estrategias innovadoras para garantizar y reconocer la calidad de su producción y así afrontar los retos de la reactivación económica con nuevos mecanismos financieros innovadores que facilitan la inversión y las alianzas público-privadas apoyadas por la cooperación internacional y el compromiso del gobierno nacional y local.
Se ha creado este fondo fiduciario que lo que busca es financiar precisamente, movilizar fondos y financiar emprendimientos para dar continuidad a los logros que se han alcanzado en el proyecto de Napo Buen Vivir y dar continuidad a lo que son proyectos de bioeconomía, conservación, sostenibilidad en la provincia de Napo.
Los productores y productoras de Napo han encontrado en la digitalización y la innovación una forma de fortalecer sus capacidades de liderazgo y posicionamiento de su trabajo en el Ecuador y a nivel mundial, así como contar con insumos de incidencia política para el acceso a incentivos, para el mejoramiento de las cadenas de valor y la diversificación de sus productos y servicios.
Déjate seducir por el verde esmeralda de sus pasturas y las aguas multicolor. Descubre cerros y llanuras con la huella del caballo fiel de las faenas vespertinas. Disfruta sonidos y sabores de ambrosía, mitos y leyendas que se entretejen en paisajes inigualables. Esta es la ruta del embrujo llanero. Bienvenidos al Meta.
Donde encontrarás música, folclore, flora, fauna, una gran biodiversidad, pero también su gente amable, su gente amorosa, con todos los productos de nuestra tierra llanera.
El Meta me fascinó, me quedé aquí echando raíces. Es un mar verde, eso es lo que más me gustó, y la abundancia de agua, el suelo, el bosque. También que aquí en esta tierra se puede sembrar, producir durante todo el año.
Conéctate con la naturaleza, sus maravillosos paisajes. Vive y siente la cultura llanera y disfruta al máximo de productos únicos que brotan de esta tierra. El Meta, despensa agrícola colombiana, labrada por familias devotas a su tierra que se unen para impulsar el campo.
Junto con la red de abastecimiento del Meta, donde somos alrededor de 25 asociaciones, 550 familias productoras de la región, tenemos canales de venta como lo son los mercados campesinos, como tenemos la red de abastecimiento que es nuestra plataforma digital para venta de productos a nivel nacional.
Ya tenemos nuestro logo, nuestras redes sociales que es Facebook, Instagram, nuestra página web, nuestro empaque y etiquetado para nuestros productos. Y todo esto es muy importante porque estamos trabajando para tener una marca propia.
Lo que buscamos es hacer el acercamiento con el turista para que conozcan de cerca nuestros procesos, para que se enamoren también del campo, de lo que hacemos con tanto amor y con esfuerzo.
Las familias del Meta te esperan para compartir lo mejor de su tierra. Te invitamos a vivir experiencias únicas en la ruta del embrujo llanero, tierras fértiles, riqueza cultural, deporte extremo, gran biodiversidad y agroturismo. Te esperamos.
Viajar es mi pasión. Me gusta vivir experiencias que me conecten con la naturaleza y mi cultura. Me han hablado de la ruta del café. ¡Allá vamos! En Chanchamayo encontrarás unas cataratas maravillosas. Luego de una caminata podrás sentir la conexión con la naturaleza y sus increíbles paisajes. También podrás conocer cómo se cosechan los frutos que produce esta zona. Y al final del día, disfrutar de uno de los más exquisitos cafés del mundo. Las agricultoras y agricultores son personas muy acogedoras y te enseñan cómo se cultiva la tierra. Realizar esta actividad es una bonita experiencia y te ayuda a comprender la importancia de esta labor.
C'était vraiment une super expérience que de passer quelques jours au fond de Madalena. On a rencontré des gens extraordinaires, on a été très bien accueillis et on a profité d'un lieu superbe.
La pandemia golpeó mucho a estas personas y a raíz de esto buscaron nuevas formas de promocionar sus productos y servicios. Hoy, ellas y ellos usan las herramientas digitales y redes sociales para mejorar sus ingresos.
Cuando las personas conocen todo lo que hay detrás del café, le dan un valor diferente, lo toman como algo espiritual. Y lo que hacemos en la Chacra de Dago es una agricultura espiritual y lo que tratamos de hacer es darle a las personas una experiencia espiritual.
Este viaje fue increíble. Conocí lugares y paisajes hermosos. Compartí con las agricultoras y los agricultores. Disfruté de deliciosos platos entre muchas otras experiencias maravillosas. Chanchamayo y su gente son lo máximo. De hecho, que voy a regresar.
Colombia es un país con una gran riqueza natural y cultural, en el que varias comunidades rurales han encontrado un nuevo medio de vida que ha permitido aumentar sus ingresos y la generación de empleo, el turismo. Tal es el caso del corredor ecoturístico Darién Atrato, una iniciativa de producción sostenible liderada por familias afrocolombianas y campesinas que buscan compartir la gran biodiversidad de su territorio con propios y foráneos a través de visitas guiadas.
Mi nombre es Roberto Rosa Rodríguez y estamos aquí porque queremos invitarlos que vengan a conocer este hermoso paraíso entre ciénagas, ríos, mares. Nos encontramos al norte del departamento del Chocó, límite con Panamá, ofreciendo una bandeja de oportunidades para disfrutar. Esta iniciativa de ecoturismo la conformamos 8 comunidades. Entre ellas tenemos la cabecera municipal, que está El Puerto, y está Ticolé, Marriaga, Tumaradó, El Roto, Bocas del Atrato, Carena y Santuario, donde se encuentra el Museo Arqueológico, que está cimentado sobre la primera ciudad fundada en tierra firme, como lo es Santa María la Antigua del Darién.
El corredor ecoturístico Darién-Atrato integra 4 reservas naturales que albergan una gran biodiversidad. El Parque Nacional Natural Los Catíos, declarado por la UNESCO como Patrimonio Natural de la Humanidad. El Parque Arqueológico e Histórico Santa María de la Antigua del Darién. El Distrito Regional de Manejo Integrado Lago Azul Los Manatíes y los manglares de Bocas del Atrato. Los servicios que ofrecen estas comunidades le permitirán disfrutar de una nueva e inolvidable experiencia con recorridos en canoa o en kayak en río y senderos acuáticos, avistamiento de aves, primates, manatíes y diferentes especies, salidas de pesca, presentación cultural y noche de tertulia, interpretación ambiental y cultural, alojamiento en cabaña, alimentación típica campesina y afroribereña, aprovechando la formación del colectivo de comunicaciones, con apoyo de la FAO. En agosto de 2019 comenzaron a hacer difusión de su oferta a través de redes sociales. Sin embargo, ante la llegada de la pandemia, incursionaron en el desarrollo de nuevos canales como la página web y la alianza con instituciones y organizaciones de promoción turística local. Hoy, gracias al uso de las plataformas digitales, han incrementado sus ingresos en un 25% aproximadamente. Encuentren su página web y cuentas en Facebook e Instagram como Ecoturismo Darién-Atrato.
Quiero invitarlos a que vengan a conocer y a darse el gusto de mirar algo diferente y probar lo que es estar en un territorio donde usted consigue selva, consigue lagos, consigue ríos, consigue playa, consigue aves, consigue cualquier cantidad de cosas hermosas para conocer y para disfrutar.
Ecoturismo Darién-Atrato. Aventúrese a explorar una de las regiones más biodiversas de Colombia, donde el majestuoso río Atrato se entremezcla con el Darién chocuano. Digitalización, integración y ecoturismo, la nueva fórmula del desarrollo rural.
El Sendero del Cacao está ubicado en el municipio de San Francisco de Macorís, principal zona de producción de este fruto en la República Dominicana. Este proyecto permite al turista entrar en contacto con el proceso de producción del cacao, desde su siembra y recolección hasta el proceso de fermentación, secado y elaboración del delicioso chocolate, para lo cual ha establecido una exitosa estrategia de marketing digital.
El Sendero del Cacao consiste en hacer una demostración exhaustiva de todas las etapas y procesos por donde pasan las almendras del cacao desde la germinación, para dar a conocer el desarrollo sostenible del sector agropecuario, evidenciando las bondades del cacao. El impacto positivo que ha provocado la expansión de lo que es el Sendero del Cacao a partir de las redes sociales es sumamente gigantesco, debido a que por medio de las redes sociales tú tienes el planeta al cual tú te le puedes dirigir en términos de publicidad y llegar hasta ello.
Esta experiencia es la que FAO pretende replicar en el municipio de Las Galeras, provincia de Samaná, junto al Consejo de Turismo Galeras por el Desarrollo Sostenible, Contugal, en apoyo a los más de 14.000 habitantes de esta comunidad, cuya principal actividad económica es la agricultura, la pesca y el turismo. La vinculación de los pequeños productores de las galeras a nuevos mercados incluye la incorporación de modelos de negocios basados en un sistema de circuito que los acerque directamente con los hoteles, restaurantes y balnearios de este municipio costero, que ha sido reconocido como el primer destino turístico del mundo responsable con la biodiversidad.
Incorporar de manera sistemática a todos estos productores en un sistema organizado que puedan tener acceso a otros mercados, no solamente le va a brindar poder colocar a mejor precio los productos, sino colocar más productos, porque la gente va a tener oportunidad de saber lo que se está produciendo en las galeras y en qué fecha esa producción puede estar disponible.
A través de Contugal se establecerán plataformas digitales que permitirán a las asociaciones de pescadores, agricultores y artesanos promover sus productos en tiempo real, asegurando mejores mercados y precios.
Fabricamos queso de hoja, el mejor queso de la región, lo hacemos aquí. Este negocio nosotros, lo iniciaron mi padre antes de yo nacer y se han venido sustentando con eso. Hacemos una producción diaria de 100 libras, 150 más o menos. Nosotros recibimos pedidos por vía de teléfono, WhatsApp, y lo distribuimos a las personas que vienen y a los negocios de la comunidad.
La ruta hacia un turismo rural digital en las galeras llevará a esta región a un turismo más inclusivo y sostenible que cambiará las condiciones de vida de sus habitantes y de su entorno.
Kolonga mito kamarama niko onguti napkorkoroy. Nakita marakimarama ninga tuinapkoroye nito hurimarama tia chituiti orokihoy. To naoktenge Alfredo nakita marakimarama echenge mi kuamarama naunge pai napton hurimarama niko onguti tuinapuka.
Costa Rica posee una riqueza biológica y cultural que permite el encuentro de gran biodiversidad de especies y manifestaciones culturales, y se destaca por sus esfuerzos de conservación y protección del medio ambiente.
Este emprendimiento inicia con una idea acorde a nuestra enseñanza que nos dieron nuestros ancestros, para que el turista conozca nuestra costumbre, porque aquí está lo espeso de mi cultura.
En las últimas décadas, el turismo ha sido un motor de la economía, ofreciendo oportunidades en las comunidades rurales, como es el caso de don Alfredo, dueño del Centro Ecocultural Toina Fueja, en la zona norte de Costa Rica.
Si yo no tengo yuca, yo le compro a otra persona. Si yo no tengo pejibaye, se lo compramos a otra persona. La artesanía y todo lo que se vende aquí es producto de aquí mismo y es hecho por los indígenas. Son beneficiados más de 30 familias.
Desde hace unos años, gracias a la ayuda de sus hijos, don Alfredo se posicionó en redes sociales, Facebook, WhatsApp, como una forma de promocionar su negocio.
Se creó una página de Facebook con algunas de las fotos de acá, del lugar, algunos de los animales que tenemos por acá, también las actividades que hacemos.
Nos gustaría más como capacitarnos, como que hubieran capacitaciones que nos ayudaran a saber sobre páginas web, sobre cómo utilizar las redes.
La pandemia del COVID-19 ha mermado el emprendimiento de don Alfredo, como a todos los negocios turísticos del país. El turismo rural intenta migrar a plataformas digitales para comercializar y potenciar sus oportunidades. Sin embargo, es necesario eliminar la brecha digital.
Nuestro CESI, Centro Comunitario Inteligente, número 36, se ha enfocado mucho en el desarrollo de las destrezas digitales. La gente ha buscado cómo capacitarse. Hemos dado inglés para el turismo, y ese inglés para el turismo lo recibieron unas mujeres de la comunidad de Río Celeste. Hace poco se graduó un grupo por profesores del MISIT en marketing digital.
Tomamos la decisión de que Copelesca brindara los servicios de infocomunicaciones, especialmente Internet, con el fin en aquel momento de disminuir la brecha digital, donde llevamos Internet a más de 3.500 familias dedicadas a la agricultura. Les transformó lógicamente la vida.
El gobierno de Costa Rica ha priorizado la franja de desarrollo de la zona norte con el fin de atender a las poblaciones en condición de vulnerabilidad.
Hoy la conectividad está relacionada con las posibilidades de hacer comercio de los pequeños productores locales. Está directamente relacionada con la capacidad de educación. Es una manera de promocionar el turismo de la zona y tanto el gobierno, la empresa privada, las organizaciones productivas como la comunidad demandan mejor productividad para su desarrollo.
Para Costa Rica es clave continuar promoviendo el turismo rural comunitario y la digitalización comercial, con el objetivo de eliminar las brechas digitales en la zona, generar nuevas oportunidades y mejorar la economía de las familias rurales.
Vive los colores. Vive los paisajes. Vive la gastronomía. Vive la conectividad. Vive el turismo de convivencia. Vive la experiencia yunguilla.
Entre la magnífica biodiversidad de la selva amazónica se encuentran los cantones de Tena, Archidona y Carlos Julio Arosemena en la provincia de Napo, en Ecuador. Estos centros poblados son el hogar de diversas organizaciones de productores, quienes sustentan su economía en el uso sostenible de los recursos naturales. El encanto de la oferta productiva de esta zona se basa en un sistema ancestral de producción agroforestal denominada chacra, que fomenta la conservación de la agrobiodiversidad de más de 100 especies de plantas.
Sobre de la chacra también es donde que nosotros enseñamos a nuestros hijos, porque nuestros abuelos, nuestros ancestros nos han dado sus dones, han dado sus rituales, que donde que nosotros podemos consumir, donde que nosotros podemos enseñar a nuestros nietos, a nuestros hijos, para que este producto ya no se termine.
El cacao, la vainilla, el jengibre y la guayusa son algunos de los productos agroalimentarios con valor agregado que las organizaciones quichuas Callari, Cuiñac y Satsayacu ofrecen en el mercado interno e internacional a través de procesos de certificación agroecológica y de garantía local. La evolución de la dinámica de los modelos productivos y la demanda del mercado han impulsado a que estas comunidades adapten sus formatos de comercialización a plataformas digitales, ampliando el alcance de la oferta de sus productos y servicios a consumidores responsables, conscientes e interesados en el cuidado del planeta.
Poder, claro, contar con el boom, claro, digital de las redes sociales, pero también poder llegar a contar con una página web propia que nos permita también comercializar con mayor alcance a diferentes partes, no solamente del país, sino del mundo también.
Esta oferta de productos y servicios agroalimentarios se complementa con la promoción del turismo ecológico.
Trata de impulsar lo que es conectividad en las zonas rurales
y de promover emprendimientos diferentes para diversificar ingresos. El tema del turismo rural es un ejemplo que aquí en Napo se ha dado muy bien y que estamos trabajando para escalarlo.
Los visitantes pueden conocer a través de los paisajes naturales y productivos los rasgos culturales de las familias quichuas y la relación de sus medios de vida con la conservación de la naturaleza, lo que ha generado mayores ingresos para las familias, dinamizando estrategias innovadoras para garantizar y reconocer la calidad de su producción y así afrontar los retos de la reactivación económica con nuevos mecanismos financieros innovadores que facilitan la inversión y las alianzas público-privadas apoyadas por la cooperación internacional y el compromiso del gobierno nacional y local.
Se ha creado este fondo fiduciario que lo que busca es financiar precisamente, movilizar fondos y financiar emprendimientos para dar continuidad a los logros que se han alcanzado en el proyecto de Napo Buen Vivir y dar continuidad a lo que son proyectos de bioeconomía, conservación, sostenibilidad en la provincia de Napo.
Los productores y productoras de Napo han encontrado en la digitalización y la innovación una forma de fortalecer sus capacidades de liderazgo y posicionamiento de su trabajo en el Ecuador y a nivel mundial, así como contar con insumos de incidencia política para el acceso a incentivos, para el mejoramiento de las cadenas de valor y la diversificación de sus productos y servicios.
Déjate seducir por el verde esmeralda de sus pasturas y las aguas multicolor. Descubre cerros y llanuras con la huella del caballo fiel de las faenas vespertinas. Disfruta sonidos y sabores de ambrosía, mitos y leyendas que se entretejen en paisajes inigualables. Esta es la ruta del embrujo llanero. Bienvenidos al Meta.
Donde encontrarás música, folclore, flora, fauna, una gran biodiversidad, pero también su gente amable, su gente amorosa, con todos los productos de nuestra tierra llanera.
El Meta me fascinó, me quedé aquí echando raíces. Es un mar verde, eso es lo que más me gustó, y la abundancia de agua, el suelo, el bosque, también que aquí en esta tierra se puede sembrar, producir durante todo el año.
Conéctate con la naturaleza, sus maravillosos paisajes. Vive y siente la cultura llanera y disfruta al máximo de productos únicos que brotan de esta tierra. El Meta, despensa agrícola colombiana, labrada por familias devotas a su tierra que se unen para impulsar el campo.
Junto con la red de abastecimiento del Meta, donde somos alrededor de 25 asociaciones, 550 familias productoras de la región, tenemos canales de venta como lo son los mercados campesinos, como tenemos la red de abastecimiento que es nuestra plataforma digital para venta de productos a nivel nacional.
Ya tenemos nuestro logo, nuestras redes sociales que es Facebook, Instagram, nuestra página web, nuestro empaque y etiquetado para nuestros productos. Y todo esto es muy importante porque estamos trabajando para tener una marca propia.
Lo que buscamos es hacer el acercamiento con el turista para que conozcan de cerca nuestros procesos, para que se enamoren también del campo, de lo que hacemos con tanto amor y con esfuerzo.
Las familias del Meta te esperan para compartir lo mejor de su tierra. Te invitamos a vivir experiencias únicas en la ruta del embrujo llanero, tierras fértiles, riqueza cultural, deporte extremo, gran biodiversidad y agroturismo. Te esperamos.
Viajar es mi pasión. Me gusta vivir experiencias que me conecten con la naturaleza y mi cultura. Me han hablado de la ruta del café. ¡Allá vamos! En Chanchamayo encontrarás unas cataratas maravillosas. Luego de una caminata podrás sentir la conexión con la naturaleza y sus increíbles paisajes. También podrás conocer cómo se cosechan los frutos que produce esta zona. Y al final del día, disfrutar de uno de los más exquisitos cafés del mundo. Las agricultoras y agricultores son personas muy acogedoras y te enseñan cómo se cultiva la tierra. Realizar esta actividad es una bonita experiencia y te ayuda a comprender la importancia de esta labor.
C'était vraiment une super expérience que de passer quelques jours au fond de Madalena. On a rencontré des gens extraordinaires, on a été très bien accueillis et on a profité d'un lieu superbe.
La pandemia golpeó mucho a estas personas y a raíz de esto buscaron nuevas formas de promocionar sus productos y servicios. Hoy, ellas y ellos usan las herramientas digitales y redes sociales para mejorar sus ingresos.
Cuando las personas conocen todo lo que hay detrás del café, le dan un valor diferente, lo toman como algo espiritual. Y lo que hacemos en la Chacra de Dago es una agricultura espiritual y lo que tratamos de hacer es darle a las personas una experiencia espiritual.
Este viaje fue increíble. Conocí lugares y paisajes hermosos. Compartí con las agricultoras y los agricultores. Disfruté de deliciosos platos, entre muchas otras experiencias maravillosas. Chanchamayo y su gente son lo máximo. De hecho, que voy a regresar.
Colombia es un país con una gran riqueza natural y cultural, en el que varias comunidades rurales han encontrado un nuevo medio de vida que ha permitido aumentar sus ingresos y la generación de empleo: el turismo. Tal es el caso del corredor ecoturístico Darién Atrato, una iniciativa de producción sostenible liderada por familias afrocolombianas y campesinas que buscan compartir la gran biodiversidad de su territorio con propios y foráneos a través de visitas guiadas.
Mi nombre es Roberto Rosa Rodríguez y estamos aquí porque queremos invitarlos que vengan a conocer este hermoso paraíso entre ciénagas, ríos, mares. Nos encontramos al norte del departamento del Chocó, límite con Panamá, ofreciendo una bandeja de oportunidades para disfrutar. Esta iniciativa de ecoturismo la conformamos 8 comunidades. Entre ellas tenemos la cabecera municipal, que está El Puerto, y está Ticolé, Marriaga, Tumaradó, El Roto, Bocas del Atrato, Arena y Santuario, donde se encuentra el Museo Arqueológico, que está cimentado sobre la primera ciudad fundada en tierra firme, como lo es Santa María la Antigua del Darién.
El corredor ecoturístico Darién Atrato integra 4 reservas naturales que albergan una gran biodiversidad. El Parque Nacional Natural Los Catíos, declarado por la UNESCO como Patrimonio Natural de la Humanidad. El Parque Arqueológico e Histórico Santa María de la Antigua del Darién. El Distrito Regional de Manejo Integrado Lago Azul Los Manatíes y los manglares de Bocas del Atrato. Los servicios que ofrecen estas comunidades le permitirán disfrutar de una nueva e inolvidable experiencia con recorridos en canoa o en kayak en río y senderos acuáticos, avistamiento de aves, primates, manatíes y diferentes especies, salidas de pesca, presentación cultural y noche de tertulia, interpretación ambiental y cultural, alojamiento en cabaña, alimentación típica campesina y afroribereña, aprovechando la formación del colectivo de comunicaciones, con apoyo de la FAO. En agosto de 2019 comenzaron a hacer difusión de su oferta a través de redes sociales. Sin embargo, ante la llegada de la pandemia, incursionaron en el desarrollo de nuevos canales como la página web y la alianza con instituciones y organizaciones de promoción turística local. Hoy, gracias al uso de las plataformas digitales, han incrementado sus ingresos en un 25% aproximadamente. Encuentren su página web y cuentas en Facebook e Instagram como Ecoturismo Darién Atrato.
Quiero invitarlos a que vengan a conocer y a darse el gusto de mirar algo diferente y probar lo que es estar en un territorio donde usted consigue selva, consigue lagos, consigue ríos, consigue playa, consigue aves, consigue cualquier cantidad de cosas hermosas para conocer y para disfrutar.
Ecoturismo Darién Atrato. Aventúrese a explorar una de las regiones más biodiversas de Colombia, donde el majestuoso río Atrato se entremezcla con el Darién chocuano. Digitalización, integración y ecoturismo, la nueva fórmula del desarrollo rural.
El Sendero del Cacao está ubicado en el municipio de San Francisco de Macorís, principal zona de producción de este fruto en la República Dominicana. Este proyecto permite al turista entrar en contacto con el proceso de producción del cacao, desde su siembra y recolección hasta el proceso de fermentación, secado y elaboración del delicioso chocolate, para lo cual ha establecido una exitosa estrategia de marketing digital.
El Sendero del Cacao consiste en hacer una demostración exhaustiva de todas las etapas y procesos por donde pasan las almendras.
Colombia es un país con una gran riqueza natural y cultural, en el que varias comunidades rurales han encontrado un nuevo medio de vida que ha permitido aumentar sus ingresos y la generación de empleo: el turismo. Tal es el caso del corredor ecoturístico Darién Trato, una iniciativa de producción sostenible liderada por familias afrocolombianas y campesinas que buscan compartir la gran biodiversidad de su territorio.
So we retake again the day, and we hope you had time to navigate through our stands. Family agriculture is the basis of rural societies in Latin America and the Caribbean and represents more than 80% of the agricultural establishments in the region. In the following roundtable, it'll be devoted to digitalization in the rural areas, balances and experiences from the family agriculture, and will address the challenges that it represents this segment for digital integration. Here we will have Erika Zárate, a specialist of rural development. Erika, welcome. Thank you very much, and a warm welcome to all the people that have added and are part of this digital fair, the first digital fair, more rural and more digital, promoting the positioning of digitalization in the region. And as we mentioned, this roundtable has a focus on how this digitalization processes in the rural world have seen its development with a focus in family agriculture and that they are creating the basis for the sustainable development. In that sense, we would like to thank and again to present our commitment and thanks to our presenters for sharing their experiences and also for developing in this challenging area. Today, we will have on the table some aspects that we have identified as relevant and also to recognize the great effort that is being done in different parts of our continent to promote digitalization in the rural area, recognizing that this demands an accelerated process to close the gaps. In that sense, I would like to introduce briefly the three groups of panelists that we will have in this table that are with us. We have the National Service of Learning, SENA, Mrs. Maria Budelo Berrios, from the Experience of Brazil, Mr. Carvalho, and from Uruguay, Mr. Eduardo Elizalde and Bernardo Ramos. These three presentations, these three panelists will share a balance of evaluation they have done from their experience in digitalization processes for family agriculture in different phases of family agriculture, from the productive part, the trading, and the development of capacities to access to the services. With further ado, just to remind you that each one of the speakers will have 12 minutes for their interventions. And in the end of the three presentations, we will have a Q&A session, and we will invite the people that are part of this roundtable so they can gather their comments and questions so we can ask them at the end. So with that, I would like to offer the floor to Maria Damaris. You have the floor. And I will be the role to control the time to guarantee the compliance of the panel. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. So to begin, the introduction that the goal of the challenge of digitalization in the world that we live in currently, the rural development processes that we have, makes it necessary that in the rural areas with the producer, we have these challenges. And to put it in a context, according to each territory, this needs of promoting the development in the rural areas. So there are important stakeholders like the need to have productive systems that are sustainable, to develop productive systems that are efficient, not only economically, but also socially and environmentally friendly. So the producers might need these links to promote these systems and to develop trading systems. So there is also an important point that I think would be the basis for everyone and for the planet, and the need of food security or food sovereignty that allow the importance to have the peasant organization for this rural development. So these production models should be efficient, non-pollutant, and also to use technologies that the countryside can connect to the cities and to have a present and in a context in the different countries, like in different stages of development, like Latin America. It's not foreign that the Colombian countryside, not all our producers are connected. So I think there is a point and there is a weakness because there are no connection in all the rural areas. Besides that, intelligent devices like a mobile phone also can help us to connect the peasants with the productive systems and the institutions and the organizations that accompany the development processes. So we have to begin first from this connection of internet on one hand, that in some municipalities, for example, the Department of Antioquia, in the city we have the disconnections, and the municipalities have internet connections that are completely free, where any person can have access to those networks for free. But when we go out of these municipalities, when we go to the countryside, we see that there is a problem in the access. This on one hand. So the connection is one of the factors that we have to tackle. The other one is digital education, both for the technical professionals. We have to begin with them the digital education to promote the management of these tools that allow to transfer the knowledge to the producers that do not have the capacities. So we have to have this education, digital education process, and to allow the access so the peasants can reach, and we can do strategic alliances with the institutions to have alliances so the municipalities will be the head with the development secretariats of the rural areas and the planning, so we can have zones for the different producers to be able to reach to these people. So this digitalization or this education we can also have also a census of producers to align them in strategic lines or groups of organized producers. So this information and this zoning is important, and also to know who has the land so the producers get access to resources. So this will allow that in these databases we can have relevant information to accompany these people. Obviously, to have topics like agriculture, tools for support, and digital marketing can help us, and they are important. But beyond that, it's important to see the context in the countryside. We can have the spaces for development so they can reach and they can have a sustainable family uh, economy through these processes. So we have to see how we link so the institutions, organizations that support this type of projects and family agriculture can have the impact, and the impact has to have an effect in a sustainable development, and also to have networks where the productive systems are sustainable through time and not only through the inclusion of projects that are developed in record time. And sometimes the producers stay in the same conditions. So we need to have clear policies according to the development niche in each zone. So it's important to look at that. The uses of the land, the traditions, and the zonifications for the producers. So that should have an effect and like to have a marketing network that promote the products and also with value added. So the process of the input inside also processes to transform, to generate new products so we can have marketing networks among the producers. So we should have an integration. So with that, we can have databases with the institutions to reach through their objectives and projects to accompany these processes in the rural sector. This will promote also to strengthen the technical capacities, to strengthen these productive sectors that can be more profitable, and also to have a more organized, a more trained product, because through this digitalization, we can also strengthen the administrative capacities. So generating an autonomy in their economic development. So thinking in all this time where we have a climatic change that we have suffered already in Colombia, we have been severely hit by this winter. So we see that there's suffering in the productive sectors, the soils, we have floods and avalanches, and that have stopped to develop normally the production systems. So in front of these scenarios and in front of an important global development, because we know that the development with territorial approach is important, where basically we have to be organized end to end. Well, for example, we have Work I Work in the National Service of Planning and Design, a government institution where all the Colombians, we have the possibility to access to the training for the work in all the disciplinary areas. So in the primary sector, in the agricultural sector, we have the alliances with the municipalities so they can have databases of the producer. For example, with the municipality of Medellin, they have 5 departments in the rural area that allow them through the development secretariats and agriculture, they can have a census of the producers and put them in groups with their habitat and to put them around the production line. So in this way, as a training institution, we can support them in the technical topics. So we accompany the producers in the field through this field schools where we promote the strengthening of the technical capacities. And here we extend and accompany with the professionals so we can close technical gaps and accompany in this organizational strengthening to promote also with the other stakeholders these lines of trading for their products so we can have a good product development of the family economy and the agricultural economy. Thank you, Maria Damaris, for the experience that you have shared. And she is leader of the AgroSen experience. So she has shared this vision of digitalization process to enable public policies with a territorial approach and evaluation of what are the main demands to generate spaces and opportunities that expand the economy and the digital capacities of the family agriculture to take advantage of this potential and to keep contributing to the demands of the agricultural systems that are so challenging. So there is so much that we can keep learning of the experience of Agrocena. Thank you very much. And let's leave for the question and answers that we will have at the end of the panel, of the roundtable. To continue, I would like to offer Mr. Carvalho, who is the CEO of Elite Farm, which is a company devoted to promote digitalization. He's an engineer and he has worked also with the FAO and the World Food Program. So you have 12 minutes, and if it's necessary, I will let you know. So you have the floor. Good afternoon. First of all, to thank to this invitation and the agriculture for this work, because without them, we will not have no consideration. I would like also to greet the participants, and especially Maria, that helped me with the presentation from the context that we have. And this is not a specific situation of one country or a specific region. I would like to share my screen. I don't know if you can see it. Okay, can you let me know if you can see it? Okay. So what I wanted to bring here, and it's the family agriculture. There are some needs that we have to see. This is the agriculture 10 years ago is not the same. Maybe there are different means and technologies, and the same happens with what happened 20 years. I speak because I am a son of family agricultures, so the context was one, and now there are different opportunities and challenges that are different than the ones from 20 or 30 years ago. In transformation, the reality is more or less like this. The family agricultures in the majority are people over 50 years old or 60 years old, which limits a bit their working capacity in the rural areas. So this also limits the size, and often they do not have a support in the sense of teams or equipment or low-cost technology that diminish the efforts that they have to do in the farms. So that's why young people don't want to participate in this process because they see as a limitation. It's better to go to the cities to try to find work in a motor taxis or working in trade than remaining in the property. It's better to have a condition to go. Or in the best cases, they go out to study. The young people, they go to a technical school or the university, and then they are hired by other companies and then don't look back at the businesses of their parents. So to work in this context, then we have limited labor or scarce, where we have a place where there is no, they don't know how to make this different. So basically, what we think, this is one of the challenges. And I think to look at agriculture, I like to compare is to see an economic activity that has a high impact. Here I'm going to make a comparison that seems simple, but if you are baking bread, he has 365 days of work like the farmer, but every day he can have a different variable. He can try new processes. If we say that the baker has 40 years of experience, so he has tried 14,000 times to make bread. The agriculture, no. The farmer, no. He has 40 attempts, one attempt per year, one harvest per year, and one harvest in summer and one harvest in the winter. So how this capital that has been invested can have a product so they can have a good return because they are subject to droughts and also if there is no rain, or as you can see in the map, there is a red area that never has rain. So obviously, we have also the problems related to the management of insects and plagues. So agriculture is too important to think it as not a need to work specifically within the best standards and the best practices. So Life Farm was born to think how to improve the development and to accelerate this access to technologies that increase the productivity of the farmer, that increase their capacity to be in an adequate working condition and to have better conditions. So when we ask about accessing digital means, this is what happens with other technologies. They need connectivity, and there's no connectivity in the farms. The problem is that the operators, like the phone operators, have internet for one person and one phone. But in the farm or in the countryside, we can have information from the soil, from the plants, from the rain, from the amount of animals. What would happen if an animal would have a GPS, for example, to confirm that this animal has affected a deforestation that is in an area that was not recently open as a pasture? So what type of data do you want to generate, and what amount of other volumes of information we can have that goes beyond other people, so we can talk with these operators and to show that the competitivity of the agricultural market is based on the environment, what it is, and not only of the person that is going to have a phone. Because if we only speak about a person, we are going to take 10 or 15 more years. So we're speaking about simple practices. If we plant, what should be the condition to plant the seeds? How to make the standard? How to diversify the sources of income and the technologies to support the sustainability, small appliances that we can use, like this is the case of this one that plants, that changes for a wheel system that has for manure and for seeds, and that creates this standardized. And here you can see the comparison of what this equipment versus the manual planting. We're speaking about 10 times faster, more standardized, and with better quality for the crops. Here, just an image, see of one of our clients that use this equipment, so you can see the standard of the crop. And a person that has 50 years with a small capacity to do 3 or 4 hectares, he now can do it because he is not able to invest more in labor. So technologies of this level of what we're speaking to make these conversions. Also for another area that demands a lot of labor is also for the harvesting. For example, for corn, we have developing a system of one line of corn that it's not necessary to have a tractor to invest $30,000-$40,000 to harvest. And the same, for example, for the cotton, that can be technology to improve the capacity to invite young people and women to work, and also to have less effort. And there's another technology within the harvesting, which is for the plague control. And what I'm going is to find how to produce a discussion, so which type of technologies and which type of transitions we can make. And beyond machines and small appliances, we are speaking that there is a big space to change agriculture in small and medium scale. So in small and medium producers and cooperatives, how to standardize to have tractors with high level of precision. This, what you can see here, is a tractor of 40 years ago that we installed the automatic pilot that we have. And with this system, there is a connection with the GPS, and more or less, the tractor is making the positioning to go online, and it has a mistake of 2 to 3 centimeters. And why is this important? And this is an area that was using a tractor in one of our plots. And you are going to see an area of 100 hectares. 100 hectares. If the tractor gets a mistake in 10 centimeters in each loop it makes, the agriculture or the farmer has lost more than 1,000 kilos, more than a ton, only because he was planting in bigger spaces. So how to improve productivity per area? It's just making an adjustment to minimize human mistake. So as you can see here, this is where we have to make the new line. And with this system, we would have the adequate precision, and you will not make mistakes into having lines with different measurements. And this is how you can improve productivity. This is another line of equipment that we must be promoting. And for here, we have the last name. The last one is a system to monitor plagues, a technology we can use for any type of crop or place where there is an artificial intelligence that identify and sends the information, and this will be the basis for the localized control. And why is this important? Because this is a trap for cotton to monitor one of the plagues. And when the insect goes into the trap, we count the insect and we transmit in real time how many insects when it has entered, and we can eliminate the costs of. We're speaking of a space to insert biological places, because smaller population of plagues, we can use biological products. So this is an area. In red would be how to make 3 fumigations with insecticides. This is the system that we do now, where all the week a person has to go to buy these chemicals, and then he makes an average, and we can apply this. But our system, you have a clear indication that it's not the whole neighborhood that has the insects. The focus would be more on this. This is the picture of day 1 and how they could have been controlled the area. If it took me a week to go there manually, in a week the situation would be different, would be this one. In fact, the amount of plague was increased due to a problem that they did not give an answer in the adequate time. So we're saying that technology comes to bring answers to the producers, and so they can move forward and to have a better condition to plant, to harvest, and to be more sustainable. So this is what I would like to speak in this range of technologies and spaces that we have discussed, and I am open for any question.
Thank you very much for your information and for being so punctual. Thank you so much. I would like to mention a couple of things that from your presentation that I thought was very important is this thing about resolving problems and focusing on that with regard to the family farmers and especially towards improving their working conditions, which is not always seen with that point of view from that angle. And this is definitely going to improve the efficiency of the systems and the performance, but so long as those conditions, working conditions for those family farmers are concerned, the improvement is paramount important. Um, this is not just digital. We need to use other technologies for the different parts of the productive process. I think it has been quite an interesting presentation of yours. Thank you very much. And now I would like to uh, give the floor to the last participant of this panel, which is something that comes from Uruguay, Mr. Eduardo Elizalde, who is a computer analyst, graduated from the Republic of Uruguay, and also Mr. Bernardo Ramos, a communicator from the University Republic of Uruguay, who is currently responsible of the Communication Human Resources Department. Both of them are part of the Cooperative Rural Union of Uruguay, which is a an organization that offers integral solutions and helps for unproductive needs of his associates. And we want to thank you very much for your experience and the time you're sharing here with us. And also would like to reiterate that we have a shared time for you. There is 12 minutes in total, and I will be controlling. And so thank you. I give you the floor. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the Rural Union, a very special thanks to FAO for having invited us as panelists to be able to share with all of you a little bit of what we have been able to develop at our cooperative and our digitalization process and focused on the rural production. And I think we thought it was very good to share with you an additional video here that will show you something more and more complete look of our services and what we offer and we coordinate. So I'll be happy to, if you could please share the video and then we can continue. Thank you. We are a cooperative business with a very good record, and we're based on our values and our trust relationships with the people. And since 1959, we have been working with a firm commitment to our service and production, and this allows us to offer integral solutions to the needs of our associates and adapt permanently to the agribusinesses. Our values are based on the cooperative system, and they are the hub of our actions. And we are convinced of our importance and our impact in society. Therefore, we like to promote, and we offer solutions that are oriented and focused on the producer so that we can work together in a seamless way. A rural union of flowers, we understand, for instance, that we need to have successful results to guarantee a successful productivity based on efficiency and a professional team that will be accompanying you at our cycle and sharing business and experiences to become a strategic ally for the decision making. And we are next to the producer at all times, right there where the production begins and ends and grows. We have learned what it means for you, the value of your production. And we look at the market every day, we analyze it, and we share it in very dynamic contexts such as today's. We're currently constantly looking for solid, transparent, and secure tools that will allow the producer to make the right decisions right on time. And we think of businesses on the long term and based on mutual trust that will allow the producer to develop its production, and with the backing of a very important organization that is committed to offering you the best services and results. And we are aware that the productive activity of our country in the region depends on the infrastructure and a human team that is consolidated and integrated and committed. And we are at your service, and we have an excellent operational capacity that can adapt itself to all sorts of productive situations. Through our services, we accompany the producer in all the stages of the productive cycle, and we facilitate efficiency, and we guarantee the compliance with the quality standards that have been um, committed to. And we have an important role both in the marketplace and with the clients. And we are sure that we can improve the productive efficiency of the sector here at this cooperative for rural flowers. And we share experiences in the lately we have incorporated the use of new information and communication technologies, and we adapt them to the needs of the sector. And these tools allow us to be closer to the producer with tracking systems for production and other commercial systems as well. And that's the reason why we looking to the future, to a better future with the use of technology and caring for the environment and and natural resources. And so we are committed to this, and our commitment brings us to work very strongly with every project, for every project, and we want to help impact the community in a positive way. We have great challenges, and we want to be the best productive tool to allow our producers to strengthen and develop their companies, their businesses in a sustainable way with innovation and adding value to the agribusiness chain. Unión de Flores, the value of producing together. Unión de Flores, it's a flower cooperative. Okay, so I'm not sure if you were able to follow the video. Some of us didn't really hear it, but yes, we did. We have been able to see it and hear it completely. Now we'll use our PowerPoint presentation. If you can tell us if you can see the screen. Thank you. I would like to complement the information that we have offered already about the cooperative. This is a cooperative that was founded in 1959. We have been around for 63 years. We work with 900 producers, out of which 700 are working actively with the cooperative. And the profile of our producers is a medium-sized producer for the dimensions of the farming areas in Uruguay. They have about between 100 and 500 hectares each, and they work about 180 collaborators in this cooperative in all sectors. We are in the flower department, which is the center part of Uruguay, where we're located, and we're going to see another map with other neighboring departments. And the volume, all in all, we have about 44,000 hectares, and in winter, and 51,000 in summer, and we have over 230,000 tons of grain. Basically, our cooperative has certain productive lines, which is livestock and agriculture. Livestock, we commercialize in the year about 12,000 cows and 18,000 cattle. I'm not going to go into more details about the flowers, but in the last year, we had about $54 million, and this cooperative currently has a net worth of $91 million. Or this has to do with our social responsibility. We have a recycling plant for plastic residue wastes and some other projects that are in along those lines. As you can see, the location on the map of Uruguay, where we are concentrating, which is more in the central part of Uruguay, and we have two branches that are in the neighboring departments or provinces, I don't know how you call them in your country. The idea is to tell you a little bit about what the structure we have is like, and Eduardo is in charge of the systems department. He will tell you in a summary the processes of digitalization that the cooperative has developed and the work of the producer and how everything matches. And well, I'll tell you, good afternoon. I'll tell you what we have developed with our producers. We have our starting point is the the place where we have all the information about the producer and the way they manage the farming. And we annually manage 2,000 farms, which is 77,000 of hectares, productive hectares per year, out of which 68% have two crops. And we have about 24,000 registered visits of technicians to the farms. And the average of producers is about 220 hectares per producer. That's the average. All of this information that we have in the system is referenced both for the farms as well as the monitoring and the records. The verification or the campaigns actually begin with the selection of the farms and the produce to be used and planted, like and all of the things like seeds, export, import, and the commercial areas for purchasing of inputs and the seeds, and also for insurance coverages for those crops. And when we monitor the farms, we wanted to digitalize because we wanted to share information with the producer. And each visit to the chacras or the farms, we have an evaluation and assessment where we can put up images and videos on the performance of the crops and the harvest and so on, and everything is put in on the site. And then when where this allows us to work on areas where we don't have any connectivity, and so they can access it whenever they have connectivity. But we can monitor this on the cell phone or on the web, and we can also share the web with our producer via WhatsApp. And so we have our the sales department is also a part of the system, and so the producer can actually also purchase the inputs there. And with all the information that is uploaded, we can analyze it and then make decisions. And we have what is most used are, for instance, the progress and the monitoring of the progress of the crops and this is also used for the logistics area and to coordinate all of the logistics that have to do with tools. This logistics team system for seeds and grains, it's an integrated system. And so we use location, area, and this allows us to plan when we're going to get the seeds and where we're going to be receiving the seeds. And if in case we're using a certain plant, we'll know at which plant that grain or seed is going to be delivered. During the harvest, the producer requests some help for one farm, and then they're assigned a transport. And the transport is given the coordinates of the farm and the destination of the load and the tonnage. And if it's If it's confirmed, then they are both communicated, and then if there are any changes, the transport has been after the unloading, the transport is available for another trip. And so they coordinate amongst themselves. The logistical people have the locations, both at the request of the transports and also the simple trucks. And so this allows them to further coordinate transportation for the benefit of the farmers, both for uh, transporting seeds and so on, or for purchasing and selling inputs. All of the information that has been put into the application or the request is there on the form, and then that is shared with others, and the information about quality is also recorded. The producer has access to all the information, of course, whether from the website. He can look at statements, account statements, and other aspects of the business. We know that this is going to improve the management of the cooperative, but we still have some other processes to improve that will allow us to give a better service to the producer. We're right now changing we're trying to optimize the cooperative, and we're changing our systems also. We're integrating other operators, and we're using another electronic platform that will allow us to know before the truck arrives for unloading where he's coming from and what he's bringing on and from what supplier. So this is for now. It just very in short, I wanted to mention that the communication area of Department of the Cooperative is important to mention, and the use we make of the digital media, the social networks, and for planning and for communicating and for marketing with the producers. So we use everything that has to do with the networks that we all already know. And so we are present on all chains, and we reach the producer. And so we use WhatsApp in Uruguay, at least. That is very much a universal tool now. And amongst the small producers and family farmers, and also producers who have a higher profile, more of a business profile, but they're also using the same tool. So it is the most fluid way for communicating with the producers via WhatsApp and so on. And also it has to do, as you see there, the presence of the main social networks, and where we also communicate and inform about our activities and things that we're doing from the cooperative. So that was briefly our report about what this is all about. If you have any questions, of course, we are here for resolving any concerns, any questions that you may have. Thank you very much. Eduardo and Bernardo in the Rural Union of Flowers. Thank you very much. It's been quite interesting to hear you. I think it's important to highlight how, in this particular case, digitalization has come to dynamize the cooperative services that you're already offering, and but at the scale that allows facilitation of and ease of the whole work and your best practices. And I think that it's very important to see how that productive chain is being linked in different ways. And so now not just the production, but also the commercialization and the education services and other services that are generated within the same entity and pertaining to the activities that you've mentioned. And this is what contributes to strengthening the capacities of the producers for a perfect management using digital tools. So right now we are looking at some of the comments and questions from the audience here. And I would very much like to ask you to give me a chance, 2 minutes to consolidate the questions and submit them to you. First of all, some questions are general that we will ask you to take 2 minutes per participant to answer those general questions. I think let's start. I think it's been mentioned within the introductions. Before we hear from you about the alternatives, please, from your experience and context, both sectorial as territorial, what would be the main gaps that you recognize or that you have had to face that are hindrances for the farmers or family farmers to reach or access these tools and digital media? We have already discussed that earlier, but maybe you can just summarize the main barriers that we find or main obstacles taking into account and from the perspective of your family farmers in your particular places. So let's hear from our speakers. Well, undoubtedly, one of the main gaps that we have in my country is connectivity. In reality, accessing internet in the rural areas is rather a challenge for the small producers who basically uh, need to overcome this, which is the most important thing, connectivity. And again, the commercialization of the products. When we mention development of agriculture and technology implementation, the small producer cannot implement it that easily. And that's the reason why it's important to have applied technologies that will facilitate things out in the countryside in the farming areas. And of course, we have a large percentage of our territory which is held by a certain number of producers, and a very small percentage is very productive, and therefore efficiency in these areas need to be covered by clear policies. Another important challenge is that there are many groups that are marginal groups and that they have hindered the access in so that the rural population doesn't really have access to certain territories and bring the technologies to certain territories because of these marginal groups that have been very active. And so those are some of the important aspects that are really the main obstacles. Okay, thank you, Mariana. Mr. Joel? I think a critical problem for us is we need to have more demos. In other words, having pilot programs make the farmers who are not very trusting, who are not very amenable to these changes or to going for new things, they can have something clear and they can see how the benefits. And so I think there's a large room for growth there, and also in terms of presentations of these new technologies, that is a way of going, the way to go. In the end, most of them, once they see the demo, then they realize that they can probably incorporate these technologies. Here in Brazil, we have 4 million family farmers, and we have 5 million farms, and these producers that are in the transition between family farming and just full-fledged farm that is not just producing for subsistence, they are going to begin to take risks in these and assume these new processes. And this is by introducing and pilot programs with them and demos, and supported by government or regional policies and supports and associations and cooperatives, that actually facilitates the democratization of these kinds of innovations that we currently have for farming communities. Thank you very much, Joesio. Maybe Eduardo or Bernardo would like to add something? Well, in our case, frankly, the difficulty for adopting these new things has to do with the generational gap. Generally, the young generations are the ones who can adopt more easily and faster these innovations and these new applications and things that we have mentioned. And with in terms of connectivity, Uruguay in the last few years has improved very substantially. We're a relatively small country in terms of land and territory extension, and the coverage is rather good in the rural areas. The advantage that we have in our system is that we can work offline, and once we catch some good connectivity, we can connect and we can exchange information. And so, as Florencia was saying, from the side of the cooperative, we are permanently offering demos and of course the tools, and also remarking and highlighting everything that we can achieve, not just in terms of savings, but also in saving time, not just money, for a productive management. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think we have one more question, and it's also going to be a general question so that you all can respond to that, because it has to do with everyone. And so this question has to do with alliances or the players. Well, you know, the farming sector, sometimes we see it like very isolated or sectorized with very specific areas. But who else should be part of this? What other players should we invite? Other sectors of society that could actually be dynamizing these digital technology um, implementation in our region. What do you think? And so let's go in the same order. Well, the accompaniment and institutional alliances are very important. In Colombia, we do use accompaniment by non-governmental organizations, and from the US and from the European Union, we have to look at the context, the social context, to see and make sure that the accompaniment is also local, national, regional, not just international in the country. And so all of these efforts are very important. And we need to highlight that each one of the institutions with their own objectives for development, for rural development, they need to reach their goals and they have their indicators. And many times we see that some of these efforts are not channeled towards the development of the communities. And so being repetitive in our actions is something. And so we have objectives that can be channeled and can be directed in an efficient way. And I think we need to also work a little more with the business sector, the private sector, to include productive sectors that can also benefit the rural families. And those alliances, we also need to take into account the universities, all the academic world for research and all of that, because that concerns the rural families as well. And the innovations in technology also. We can have all that applied research. So we should use everything we can use and include everything we have. We have some productive alliances, but I think we could even be better in this. And we can make extra efforts to be more efficient, more effective as well. Thank you very much. I'd like to tell a story, personal story. This connectivity issue is very critical because we have developed some plans and for them, we need to send out some messages. For instance, we need to do this or that. I mean, some activity. So when we began to understand and see where we had connectivity to understand what we should do. And so we realized that we're still lacking in the people of the city, and we know the telephone operators. We need to understand. We need to send that message to them. And tell them the potential that we have in the farming areas. And so we, in the end, had to resolve this, and we need to develop those solutions ourselves. Imagine if they start thinking that within a farm, they have about 100 people, which is a large farm with 100 employees, for instance. However, they have only 30,000, 40,000 cattle. And so we're talking about a city of 30, 40,000 people that before it would be understood as only something of 100 people who are accessing phone services. But now we have 80,000 individuals. Those are included, those animals that are going to be monitored, that are going to be tracked, and that are going to do a series of works there. So this is another thing that I would like to highlight once again. It's the university thing. This is academia. Going beyond the traditional, though. We're going beyond new careers and so on. And we have to start creating career programs that have programming, software, electrical engineering, and all of that for the farmers. Because in the end, these professionals don't know exactly what is happening in their own sector, in their livestock sector. And that's why they should usually the farmers develop their own farming programs to resolve their own problems. For instance, financing, farming credits, and all of that. So they are developing programs are developed for the urban areas, and so the people who develop that is because they can create a program or an application to solve the problems, but the farmers themselves don't necessarily know how to do that. And so when these solutions are created, they're created because somebody got to know that information. And sometimes you find out that a plague is not a problem or is a problem, and then you need to know what kind of insecticide. It's not your obligation to know all that, but the fact that we can communicate the capacity to integrate areas, then we can of knowledge of today to have an inter communication is vital between different sectors, and then we can open up a box and a solution box for technologies, for agriculture, for zootechnic, and for veterinary sciences, and also the digital programmers, and all of that can come together to bring about some solutions. Josio, thank you very much. And let's hear from Bernardo and Eduardo. Well, in reality, we believe that alliances here in this digitalization issue should include public policy, and from the Ministry of Livestock, and also they need to be linked to the digitalization processes. And we as a cooperative are part of a federation. We have cooperatives of Uruguay, and that federation is also very active in trying to connect everybody with projects and alliances that include digitalization. And we also work very closely with the National Institute for Agricultural Research, which is a para with the it's a paraministerial project, and we are working with digitalization, and we are informed of everything that's happening. And also we have here in Uruguay a national agency for development, and that also has some promotions of public policies that have to do with developing of technology, innovation, project development, and so on. Even though, well, the great thing would be to have something more focused on development of farming. As I was saying, we would love to invite academia, not that is not linked to the sector, but everything from academia that has to do with software development, technology, to start thinking about solutions for that farming sector. Okay, thank you very much to each of the panelists for their presentations and their ideas. And I think this has been a fantastic panel. And I think this table has complied with the objective. In other words, made some kind of a balance. We know that this is a road to be trodden, and we're still starting. And this is a balance as in terms of the status and where we are right now. We still have some gaps. We still have some obstacles to face, and also bearing in mind that the human creativity will have some answers to all of this. And so the balance will always leave some questions and also, but also some lights in terms of the shared experiences. I'd like to highlight three issues that were very common. One is the integral vision of rurality, not just the farming activity or the cattle activity, but the rural territories with specific needs and of development and sustainability, and also how technology is generated to solve these problems. And I like the idea that these solutions are not have to be thought for the solving the problem that is generated within a certain context with an integral vision that recognizes that we are even improving living conditions and integration and social inclusion for the rural inhabitants. And also, since this is integral, we cannot do this on our own because we need to get together and join forces. And this is the political dialogue for designing policies for digital inclusion, not no longer just to promote digitalization, but to democratize digitalization and to generate other faster mechanisms for socializing everything, and also providing access to training and technology. And we have plenty to work on for the future. And thank you to those of you who have shared those experiences with us. One more, the social agency is very important. Those who are main players in this process, whether family farmers, individual farmers, or associates or cooperatives or whatever, as well as the handlers, the managers of those digital inclusion processes. We may have the applications, we could have the technology, we can even have the equipment, but if we don't have an appropriation of the things, and if we don't trust the inclusion of these technologies, we won't have the results that we want to have. I think this has been a very rich panel, a very knowledgeable panel that has opened. It's been like a taster, right? It's a motivation for us to continue to explore alternatives, alliances, and uh, work opportunities for this family farming sector to complete this roundtable. I'd like to thank 664 attendees who have been part of this first day of the fair, whether on YouTube, Twitter, and other social media, and the 352 people who actually registered on the platform, who have visited all the stands and all of the other resources that we have. This fair is within the initiative of the 1,000 global villages, digital villages, and the idea is that we accompany these countries and make them available to all those who are just beginning new processes. And so we invite you to continue to look at the fair online and to participate in the different activities that we have prepared for tomorrow, the webinars and all other workshops, because we want to continue to share information and experiences, and through this network that we find very valuable. And from FAO, we thank you for having accepted our invitation to be part of this process. And let's invite the panelists to continue with their activities and their fine work that they're doing, and share it with them, with everyone else. Thank you very much, and have a great afternoon. Thank you very much. So great challenges are still ahead for the family farming, and especially opportunities for an incremental development through digital integration. And so we are closing this first day, and tomorrow we expect you back with a great agenda. We will connect with experiences of digital integration at a great scale, and we will also discuss the benefits of the cooperation that is public and private for promoting digital transformation. So we'll see you tomorrow for sure at here, right here with more rural, more digital. And in the meantime, this platform is available for you to visit the stands and all of our workshops. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.